Hi, good morning. I'm online? Great. So, thank you everyone for attending this special event. It is jointly organized by UFM and MEDEC, and its aim is to present the special report on interlinking climate change with water, energy, food, ecosystem nexus in the Mediterranean basins. Let me say a few introductory words about MEDEC. Now, MEDEC is a network of experts. It is open, and the experts are working on a voluntary basis. It was founded in 2015, and the idea it is to bridge between policymaker, scientist, policymaker, citizens, and science. It aims at playing a role somehow similar to IPCC at Mediterranean level, but not to be limited to climate change, but also to other environmental issues related to pollution, socio-economical drivers, and biological drivers, such as the presence of non-indigenous species. MEDEC is working with the support of Plan Bleu. Plan Bleu, since 2018, is hosting the Secretariat of MEDEC. And jointly, it is supported by the UNEP MAP and by the Union for the Mediterranean that is co-organizing this report. We have first published a report in 2020, the first Mediterranean assessment report, and after that, and that's the main reason why we are holding this presentation here, we have produced two reports. One report on coastal risks that I anticipate will be presented on Thursday at 12, and another, the second report in order of time, interlinking climate change with the water, energy, food ecosystems nexus, which is the motivation for being here today. Let me proudly say, on the behalf of MEDEC, that we have really been, in my opinion, successful and achieved quite important results with our goals. And particularly, the first Mediterranean report has been endorsed by the Conference of Parties, by the 22nd Conference of Parties, of the Parties of the Barcelona Convention. And the special report on coastal risk was also endorsed very recently in December last year by the Conference of Parties of the Barcelona Convention, the 23rd conference. And on top of that, MEDEC has been awarded the very prestigious North-South Prize of the Council of Europe. And the motivation, it is as an effort to address climate change and biodiversity conservation in the Mediterranean, and in particular by drafting the first ever scientific assessment on climate and environmental change impacts in the Mediterranean basin. Having said that, I don't want to subtract more time to the speakers. Here are our distinguished speakers today. First, Mohamed Abdelmonem, coordinator of the special report on the WEFE Nexus. Then we'll have Professor Michael Skoulos of the University of Athens, chairperson of the GWP Med organization. And then Assem Aboud Hattab of the Nordic African Institute of the Nordic African Institute in Sweden, which is also coordinating lead author of a MEDEC report on Nexus. And finally, we have some final remarks by the Friedrich Dinesen of UFM. So, Mohamed, the floor is yours.
Okay. Which one? One more time. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. This is very important meeting, I think, for us and for MEDIC today to really launch this report, which the group have worked for it for a few years, in fact. So this is a special report we have today to launch. This is the interconnection between climate change and WEFE, which is water, energy, food, and ecosystem. And it really it's a team effort. And the team is about 61 authors, 70% from the northern Mediterranean, and 22 is from the southern Mediterranean, and also we have 8% from other non-Mediterranean countries, and 45% of them are women, and 55 is men. The report has 5 chapters covering all the aspects of the report, starting from the introduction and going up to the final recommendation. And also we want to mention here that this is a policy for makers, policy summary for the policymakers have been already discussed with the stakeholders from the governments of the region, and it was really well and endorsed. So we spoke now about the MEDIC, so we'll just want to see what's the objective of the report. In fact, the report was really have been developed to serve several objectives. One of them is to analyze the significant pressure of the drivers, the climate and non-climate drivers, on the limited resources already in the Mediterranean region. We are focusing on the water and energy and food and ecosystem. Also, we in this report we have been trying to promote the idea of Nexus in terms of policy making and planning and policy making, and make this out of coming from the theory to practice, how to really do that at the practical level. And inside between that, we also have a very important information about the impact of climate change on the 4 elements of the Nexus, and also the interconnection between those, and how the escalating effect of the climate change on the elements of the Nexus. Just to also remind you, the impact of climate change on the Mediterranean is really very unique. In terms of Mediterranean region is really the hot spot for climate change, and it's very clear that 70% of the water scarcity will really be the main issue in the future. And you can see the impact of climate change on all levels. You have the higher temperature, you have less precipitation, also you have the sea level rise. And we have seen a few weeks ago what happened in Spain. At the same time, also we see in the next countries like Morocco and others, you have the drought. So between the drought some places and flood in some other places, and water scarcity in some other places, like in Jordan, for example, where people live with less than 90 cubic meter of water a year, whereas the 1,000 is the poverty line of water. So you can see the difference between the different countries, but you also can see how the climate change is impacting the region very much. And this is the study that we try to collect from different countries, the impact of climate change on food security in terms of crops specifically. And in this table, you can see that some of the crops, which is really a trademark of the Mediterranean, like olive, will be really impacted seriously, not only because of the temperature impact on the yield itself, but also because of the new diseases and new insects that have been promoted in the region because of the climate change. Wheat, for example, in Egypt, in Portugal, in Turkey, and in other countries, you can see the impact there, reduction of the yield between 12% to 21% in some other countries. So this is just to illustrate the impact on the food security. And now we're talking about what is really the concept of the Nexus there. We can see that the report is a key, putting that the Nexus is a concept for addressing the issues and also addressing the interlinkages and trying to make sure that policymakers will take that into consideration to the larger scale. The important component of that report is really the cascading effects. The cascading effects mean that really the impact of climate change and stresses on the elements of the Nexus, they are not working in silos. They are really even working, whatever is happening in one of the components, impacting the others. You can see the heat waves, the less water, the sea level rise will not only impacting water, but also impacting the energy and the food at the same time. So you can see that it's not that a simple direct impact, but also the complicated and cascading effect. So that's why when you put the adaptation and mitigation interventions for the WEFE, you have to make sure that this have been taken into consideration. So we have three pillars, three elements there to look at. We have the technical solutions, and we have the natural-based solutions, and also behavior change. These three elements are very important to take into account when you make your design or tailor the adaptation and mitigation measures for each of the problems there you have. So you have the technical solutions like renewable energy. You have also natural-based solutions like, for example, new varieties that are resistant to drought, resistant to heat and resistant to salinity even, and at the same time taking that very much as very much important for the food security in terms of production, crop production and livestock production. Also, behavior change is an important thing, although it is really one of the hardest one to make, but it is very important not only to raise awareness among people, to use less meat, and also look at some of the food loss and waste. It's very important to do that, but also to address that in terms of incentives, policies, and also education. And I think this is very important to consider in that one. So to look at that, the whole important process in addressing the Nexus is looking at the trade-offs and the synergies, and try to really reduce the trade-off and increase the synergies between the elements. The trade-offs are very important. Sometimes when you do you use water, you can impact the energy, and you can impact the water in the groundwater and so on. So this is important to consider. And in the report also we try to link the Nexus to the SDGs, and see, and for sure, and you see at the bottom of the table all green, because this is where, if you are really considering the natural-based solutions as the solution for that, I'm sure you will be getting most of the SDGs done, and also the behavior. But it's difficult for other one where you have to implement some of the interventions, and then you can pay price for the other one, if you want to say that. So important element also, the report was talking about the governance of the WEFE in the region, and effective interlinkage between the policy makers and the scientists is important, and to make sure that the science policy interface is one important strategy of dealing dealing with the Nexus at the government level, local level, regional level, and also for the whole Mediterranean if this can happen. So just the final messages, it's very important, like we said, due to the population growth, urbanization, and other stress, the Mediterranean is very vulnerable to climate change, and this is where now the impact of climate change is so clear. It is on all the elements, but also the cascading effect to make it even more aggravated and more problematic. So to tackle the challenges, we need really a coordinated governance approach is needed to align policies across different solutions, and also there is an opportunity for really get that thing done if all the elements are there in terms of policymakers. You have scientists, and also you have involvement and partnership between public and private sector. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for this excellent, interesting presentation. Now, the next speaker is Professor Michael Skoulos. Please, Michael.
Thank you. I don't have a presentation. I'm going to share with you some information. First of all, let me thank MEDEC and comment your report. It's very useful, and the cascading effects is the most important thing that we are discussing in this COP. It is clear that adaptation and mitigation are the two sides of the same coin, and also that when we are talking about food, we are talking not only about what it was said, what is the production is, first of all, standing from land and changes in land and, of course, water availability. But we know in many parts, as it was said, of the Mediterranean, the same country, like my country in Greece, we have at the same time droughts and floods in a big part of the country. So the results of this phenomena in food production is really a new thing, or at least a rare thing for us. I just wanted to come to the linking of theory with practice, and what we have done towards this direction. And I think we have in front of us a very interesting and optimistic, if I may say, development. I'm talking about the preparation of the Mediterranean WEFE strategy, and hopefully to be followed also by an action plan. This strategy is prepared in taking into account the two major frameworks, the UFM and the Barcelona Convention, both of them working also with the European Union, the neighborhood DG, through the West program that I have the honor to be the team leader, and also with the Global Water Partnership Mediterranean and the PRIMA project. So we are already in the stage of concluding the strategy, the final draft of the strategy. We started in June 23 with a big meeting in Rabat with all countries of the region and major organizations, explaining the concept, discussing with them. This was followed by a meeting in Tunisia for the at the time of the Med Forum, Water Med Forum, and the main points that have been discussed extend reflect several of the points and issues raised also in the MEDEC report. We now we try to bring closer to us also the food sector, the agricultural food sector. We work top-down and bottom-up. Top-down through the organizations I mentioned, but also these organizations have countries as members, so the focal points of the countries are involved. But on the other hand, we have focal points in the ministries of the environment, the ministries of water in the countries under the WEFE program. And we'll bring in now also colleagues and focal points in the agricultural sector. So this is where we are. We have a series of parallel processes looking into the financing of WEFE. We are going to have a meeting on the 2nd and 3rd of December in Athens, also online, focusing on the private sector involvement and financing. And I said that I'm optimist for one reason. This will be the first strategic document that is hopefully is going to be agreed and accepted simultaneously by the two major organizations, the COP of the Barcelona Convention and the COP of the UFM. This is also symbolic, but also it has a political value. This is where we are at the moment. Of course, we will try to get the best out of your report. And we are preparing for the next step, which is the action plan for the coming few years, at least 5 years. And of course, me as an academic, I'm always also ready to collaborate even more with you, but in my capacity as chairman of the Global Water Partnership and the team leader of WEFE, I'm committed to continue towards this direction with the support of all of you.
Thank you very much, Professor Schuller, for this extremely interesting presentation of new perspectives and already achieved very important steps. And now, presentation by Professor Hassem Abu Attab. Please, Hassem.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't have PowerPoint slides, but I can also share some insights from the report. First of all, it has been a pleasure and an honor to be part of this report, which is both timely and relevant, And I think the uniqueness of this report lies in the fact that it's one of the very few reports that focus exclusively on the Mediterranean region. I mean, we always talk about the Mediterranean as a hotspot for climate change. Yes, it's a hotspot of climate change, but in my view, it has never been a hotspot for policies and interventions. So I think we are filling an important gap here, both in the literature and in terms of policy interventions in relation to climate change in the region. So I was one of the coordinators of Chapter 4 of this report, which focuses on the links between climate change and sustainable development in relation to the WEFE Nexus. And I think I can share few of our main findings of this chapter. The first one has actually to do with the fact that very few countries in the region are on track and progressing towards achieving sustainable development goals related to the water, food, energy, and ecosystem. That's one thing. There are significant variations, spatially, and we talk in this report about the north-south divide, that some countries in the North Mediterranean are performing better. Some of them are on track to achieve some, but not all, the sustainable development goals. But we have a completely different situation in the global part of the Mediterranean. We also have variations within the countries between rural and urban areas, and this is another divide. We also observe in our chapter that there is what I can call temporal discontinuity of interventions, that if you look at the interventions and also the research that has been undertaken to address climate change in relation to the WEFE Nexus, you can easily find that these interventions and scientific production has some kind of ups and downs, which do not actually reflect the increasing intensity of the climate change impacts on the Nexus, which is something that has to perhaps to do with financing, or it can also reflect that some countries are not really serious about these challenges. They can actually discontinue some of their efforts and move to another sectors without achieving the objectives of their policy interventions. So that's something that was reflected on our recommendations. We also highlight that most of the policies implemented are characterized by fragmentations. They are sector focused. They do not take into consideration the interlinks which exist between the individual aspects of the WEFE Nexus, and they are also characterized by the dominance of technological efforts. And this has been referred by Professor Mohammed here, that it's easy for governments to implement or develop technologies to address water scarcity by, for example, promoting water recycling, water treatment. But we do very less in relation to behavioral change, in relation to social and economic interventions, and this represents a major shortage. Why? Because we have to understand that this WEFE is a system, and we cannot make transformation or achieve sustainable transformation in any system without understanding the people, the organizations, and the institutions that govern these systems. So I think this is also one thing. We, of course, focused on, or we highlighted the importance of implementing more integrated approaches, and the fact that the WEFE Nexus approach represent a starting point to consider these synergies and these trade-offs that exist. But we also observe that we talk about the WEFE Nexus approach, but we do not take it from the conceptual level to the implementation. We have a problem here about, most of the research highlight the importance, the usefulness of this approach, but we do not operationalize it. It's difficult to find a successful implementation experiences in many countries where this Nexus was typically designed to meet the local requirements, the local context, and has taken into consideration all the important elements. So we also highlighted that perhaps one reason for this is the lack of data. We have a serious shortage of data in relation to each of these components of the Nexus, which make it difficult for researchers like myself or those who work on economic analysis to undertake empirical research that can really lead to outcomes that can direct policies in the region. So we highlight the importance of data, relevant data, that's one thing, and the other point is the need for more higher and better quality indicators. We don't have these kind of indicators for a long time that can be used to measure, because the basic saying is that if you are not able to identify something, then you will not be able to measure it. So in order to measure, we need indicators that can inform us if you are on track or not. The last point which I would like to make, that we always talk about the need to consider the interlinks, the synergies and trade-offs between the four components of the Nexus. That's important. But what is important, more important in my view, is the interlinks which exist between the WEFE Nexus and other systems, other sectors. Like for example, if we look at the Russian-Ukrainian crisis, this is something that has nothing to do with water, energy, food. It's something that emerged as a geopolitical conflict, but it had and still having significant implications on all the dimensions. So we need to consider not only the links between the individual components of the WEFE system, but also the interlinks which exist with other systems and other components. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to all speakers for these excellent overviews and a lot of information and perspectives. How do we manage with questions? I mean, we have someone here in presence, but I think we're expected to allow also questions from the remote audience. Don't worry. Yeah. No? Only presence? Okay, thank you. I was wrong. So, are there any questions from the people here in the room? If not, maybe I could ask some questions to Sam. Sam, if we look at the your final remark, you were talking about lack of knowledge, lack of data. Of course, if you then have somehow sort of quantitative or at least qualitatively ranked information, you can also measure how far you are from your objectives, from your goals, and whether you are progressing towards them. But this lack of knowledge is mostly structural, that we don't know well what are the indicators and how to produce them, or it is lack of data, meaning that data are not available, data on populational behavior, on behavior of citizens, or data on some basic quantities related to pollution or to climate change. They are not well known. So the problem is the information or the knowledge on which information is needed.
Thank you so much. I think, in my view, it's a mixture of everything you have mentioned now. First, not all governments produce data at a sufficient or with sufficient coverage that can really help to measure and identify the issues related to each of these components. So it's about the quantity of data. It's also about the quality of data. So sometimes data are produced, but these are not relevant. If we identify what makes a good or a high quality indicator, the first thing is action focused, which means that it has to be designed in a way that can be relevant and can be easily used by the stakeholders that will be using it. So there's here a lack of kind of a dialogue between those who produce the data and those who will use the data. The third thing is actually about the willingness of the authorities which produce these data to share them with researchers. And this is a major problem in the South Mediterranean. Data in most of cases may exist, but governments consider this as national security. You need to go through a very long, very bureaucratic process in order to access data. So I think it's like all these ingredients.
Thank you, Asher.
Well, I fully agree with what it was said. The last is the most important. I mean, there are really masses of data. I'm not talking about the quality of data, on the quantity. But these data are not available, definitely not available to scientists. There are three types of data. Those produced by authorities in frameworks of international organizations. And some of these data are available, but not all. There is another set of data that are sui generis, collected by universities or specific projects. And these data are difficult to find. Many of them are not published in scientific journals, and not because they are not good, but because of the fatigue of these are classified as gray data. They are very, very important, but there is no mechanism to extract them, compare them, and then there is knowledge, not data, knowledge by local authorities and mostly by farmers, for example. And these data are totally unrecorded, but they are extremely useful for our work. So this is one area where we try to harness somehow through citizen science, but also through different channels. It's not easy, and is not at the same level I hesitate to say that are not of quality. They are of quality, but they cannot be used even for indicators, for feeding the indicators. So this is the situation. But if you go to a particular region and discuss with people, you understand that there is a lot of information about practices and how they deal with even extreme events, because these events were there, but once every 10 years. Now they are every year. But there is some experience, and we need to harness this in order to move and implement policies. And this is one of the reality checks that we have to do.
Well, yes. Yeah, please.
Can I say something quickly? Because this is a very interesting question you asked, in fact. The issue is that sometimes also you have academic, scientific research have been done in very detailed, the professors, when they do their work, impact of something on a very small insect in some place. But at the end of the day, you cannot transfer that into that language that the policymakers will understand or make sense out of it. Because as you know, now we have in the adaptation mitigation measures for climate change, there is no one size fits all. You have really to design. And to design, you need really a designer to pick and go deep in some of this research and come up with something. For example, I'm doing something about livestock in Egypt. And you cannot believe that people in the vet, they understand heat stress is a very bad thing for animals, but they never link it to climate change. They never see how this will really impact the diseases. You cannot have not only heat stress on animal, but also on the diseases, the milk production, the whatever, and so on and so forth. So to collect that and put it in that concept, that the people, it will be easier to come to the policymaker to take a decision. This is also one step which is not really mature at all. And because now, sorry to say that, still the researchers in their silos, working very hard in their work, which is very important. And these people, policymakers, they do things according to whoever is closer to them to give them their advices. And there is in between a gap that we need to try to link that we call it policy, science policy interface thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, all speakers. Skipping to a different issue, I have taken your presentation, Michael, in a positive terms. I mean, it looks like by the interest and participation of UFM and the Convention of Barcelona parties to the process of adapting, a substantial progress along that goal can be achieved. I mean, that we'll see the action plan, but we'll see. But if we want to open another view, I mean, the Mediterranean, yes, it is a remarkable area on a global scale. It has some strong economies. It is remarkable in terms of production of some resources. But we are living in a global world, a lot of interconnection. We are talking about defending production of wheat, or adapting to climate change. But wheat can be produced also in other places. So how do you see the capability of, say, the Mediterranean countries? Let's then consider them as a whole in this global context. I mean, how they can interact with the global issues that the interconnected world in which we live are posing also for adaptation to climate change.
Well, the answer is very, very difficult because, as you know, first of all, we are not a UN region. We are an eco-region. And in fact, we are the most, let's say, identifiable north-south interface and east-west interface at the same time. So this is our weakness and perhaps our strength. In conditions of peace, the Mediterranean could have been the most, let's say, wonderful spot in the universe. Unfortunately, we have many even conflicts, even armed conflicts, which make the situation difficult for the region to present itself as a unit politically. However, we have managed with these organizations, rather small, or both of them, to bring all the parties together, even during periods of crisis. All countries are around the table, no one has left. On the other hand, the economy of the region is changing rapidly. We have started now to see the North Africa part as the supplier of energy for Europe. And the grids and the networks that are discussed or even already contracted will change the landscape. As you said, I mean, we may not focus on wheat. We need to see again the more globalized picture. On the other hand, there is the sufficiency, self-sufficiency, and all the rest as political issues. Countries have different approaches on that. However, I believe that the Mediterranean countries are more advanced than other countries around the world in adapting rapidly to very hard conditions. And this is both for North Mediterranean countries and South Mediterranean countries. This is for me a characteristic that needs to be not only supported but also advertised, if I may say so, so that we present the Mediterranean as a case that where the big powers can actually feel that we can become from an area of source of risks to an area where the societies, not only the governments, the societies of the region support the continuity of this. So this is more or less what we have ahead of us.
Thank you so much. Before heading to the final remarks, let me open a final discussion window. You have something to say, Mohammed?
Yes.
Yeah, we have 20 minutes left. We have 20 minutes left. I was thinking about actual adaptation. And Mohammed, you mentioned technical solutions, technical adaptation tools, nature-based solutions, and behavioral. Now, all these solutions can be attempted very locally, regionally, or at a Mediterranean scale, without going broader than that within this context here. Can you a bit discuss, help us to understand, where most efforts we should put also us as a scientist or opinionists or leaders of activists, to push? What do you think it is most effective to act at the local, regional, or broader Mediterranean scale? Or maybe there is a different scale for the different type of solutions?
Yes, very interesting question. No, I think just to have a quick answer, I think we have to start at the local level. This is in some of the solutions, and in some of the three of them. For example, I will say starting from the behavior change. And also looking at maybe at the national level, you also have the nature-based solutions to really be promoted in terms of coming from the researchers and also indigenous knowledge that to be collected and so on and so forth. But at the technical level, and I think it's also very important to have that regional approach, because especially in North-South cooperation, some of the technologies have to be also shared and cooperate between the North and South. It's very important to do that. But I want to say that you have also to have three of them. For me, always technical solutions are easy one. The easy one. That's why you can see from the whole thing started about the climate change, you see mitigation is really going very far. Still adaptation is still lagging behind. Mitigation, because of it goes mainly with the technologies, cutting down the greenhouse gas emissions and solar energy. So this went very, very nicely. Yet the adaptation part, which is really mainly goes into the second one, which is the natural-based solutions and behavior. This is really getting difficult a little bit. And this is where we need more effort. And we see, especially in the South and Eastern Mediterranean, that adaptation is very important one to have when it comes to water, especially, and land degradation, water, biodiversity losses, and so on. This is where you need to have more effort. I want to give you the floor.
Yeah, thank you. We have about 3 minutes for some final comments. Please.
It is very, like in most environmental issues is very difficult to say which level. We need to work on all levels simultaneously. We need to have the bottom up, but also the top down. And the top down in the Mediterranean, because of the specificities we explained before, is to start with the regional, and this is why we start with, for WEFE with the regional strategies, because the regional strategies could inform the national strategies, and this is the very important legal institutional framework. Of course, many frameworks are there, and then we need the enforcement. But these two come together. Technologies are promoted because they are in the hands of technology companies and big contracts behind. So yes, indeed we have the advancement in mitigation and adaptation. I mean, we have treatment of wastewaters and desalination. Both of them are parts of adaptation, but and technology. The issue is that if these are not well integrated, we have maladaptation and malmitigation. And then we need to find the ways to harmonize that. So this is why we need, from the very beginning, the integrative approach. We have worked on that for many, many years with the PAPRAC. And it is very important that now we bring the four sectors together. The poor sector is the environment, the environmental one, the ecosystems. And this is where the nature-based solutions are actually based, and these are the less expensive and more resilient. And this is where we need actually to put a lot of more emphasis at all levels.
Yeah, I can just agree with what has been already said. In my view, what we need in the Mediterranean is a meeting point where these Mediterranean level policies and approaches meet the national ones. I mean, we have already spoken about the highly diverse nature of Mediterranean region, which is both a strength and weakness. And I think the more climate change impacts intensify, this will become a necessity. So this kind of diversity offers an opportunity for cross-border, exchange of knowledge and experiences. That's what we need from the Mediterranean level. But what is relevant for country level, this is what countries have to identify, and this takes us to the point that I mentioned about the lack of data, the quality of indicators, because what gets measured gets done. That's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. I left out one word, education.
Sure.
Education, I hold the UNESCO chair for Sustainable Development Management Education. Education is extremely important, because it cuts across all what we have discussed, and particularly we need to change the mentality of people in a period where consumption is promoted so heavily through all media. And we need to go back to all the new values and symbols of success, and this is yet another very important area.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all speakers. Are we connected for the final remarks? Yes, then please leave the stage for the final remarks, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Good morning. Thank you, Piero. I'm Frédéric Dodinchin. I'm a special advisor at the UFM, the Union for the Mediterranean, working in the water, environment and blue economy area. I would like to first thank Mohammed, Michael and Hassan, because I think what and I will make 3 points. The first point is exactly what you've been doing today. We are now moving from the concept of WEFE to the reality of WEFE. And I just want to make a small comment, an anecdote. yesterday, like many of us, I was reading my mobile, checking on the French national media, and I saw a report on the MEDEC in the media. This is the first time, and it shows that now it is a reality. So congrats to the authors of the report, and I think it shows two things. One, that the WEFE, Water, Energy, Food and Ecosystem Nexus, now can be understood by not only by the experts but also by everybody, and that's important. And second, that's the region. And Piero, you said it, the region has a meaning now, the Med region, and that's very important. My second point is on this regional strategy that the UFM and UNEP map with EU, WES, PRIMA and GWP Med are preparing and following broad consultations. And this report, the interlinking climate change with the WEFE Nexus will be key, is a key input for that strategy. And actually the strategy has three goals. The first one is at the policy level to ensure appropriate institutional arrangements, policies, and cooperation frameworks. The second goal is about planning and financing, and I will say a few words about financing and implementation of the WEFE. And the third goal is about informed decision-making based on science and scientific knowledge. And I would say that this is about the science diplomacy and society dialogue. And this is extremely important. And I fully agree with what has been said about data, information, knowledge, and this is a crucial issue. And this is for you, I mean, the people doing research and the academics, but this is extremely important so that decision makers and also the public can be well informed. And my third point relates to the way our region can raise the voice around the WEFE. And I think our presence with a pavilion at the COP29 is extremely important. And the fact that we had several events around the WEFE is also extremely important. We'll also be present at COP16 desertification. And I think that shows that we will talk about the WEFE Nexus, and it shows that we are trying to bridge the gap and to build a bridge rather between environment, climate, and biodiversity. And this is extremely important. Now, I also think that though it's becoming a reality, there is much more that we have to do now, and this strategy will help push at the policy and decision makers level, but also try to bring together all the different stakeholders. And that's why we have done two consultations, broad regional consultations at the Med level, but we'll also do a third one. And as Michael said, we have to bring all the sectors together: water, environment, food, agriculture, and also energy. And we are striving to do so. And I think this is this started some while ago. I joined the train, and this is fascinating. And it will take time. But I have good news. When I prepared the panel for the COP16 around WEFE and finance, I spoke to several MDBs, multilateral development banks, and I was surprised because they all have WEFE projects. When I asked them, could you speak about the WEFE and finance? And they told me, yes, we can. We understand what you are talking about. And this is very important because now it seems that this is spreading all over the sectors, and it has also to be spread on a geographical basis. And that's why the strategy, and this was a strong push by Michael, is also called the Med strategy around the WEFE Nexus in a source to sea continuum. So little by little, this WEFE approach is taking grounds, and I think we will bring the money people. There's a lot of money floating around, but it has to reach the right projects, the right WEFE projects, and it's starting. And definitely, when I spoke to these finance people, I was surprised, and they told me we have that platform for financing WEFE project. We have WEFE investments, so let's continue working in that direction. And I would like to conclude by saying that this WEFE is also, at the end, there is an E, and it's not only the WEF. And we have to be careful often to make sure that the last E, the ecosystem, is also part of the discussion. And we are not only focused on the water, energy, and food. Piero, I will stop here. And on behalf of the UFM, I would like to thank all the people who participated in that panel. I would like to thank the panelists. It was really interesting, and I can tell you, this is not an isolated event, and this is now really acknowledged as a key issue for mitigation and adaptation to climate change. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think we have exhausted our time. Thank you, Frederick, for your very encouraging words. Also, on behalf of MEDEC, thank you to you, Frederick, and to all speakers. And looking forward to the next opportunities to promote actions on WEFE Nexus. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing.
Sorry, Minister. We would like to take a comment from you, a general comment.
Do you want to take it now or exactly after you finish?
And you can share it with us.
Whatever suits.
Or he finishes his speech because we need to go on his way out.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
What about photos? We need a photo.
Yes,
We
yes,
need
yes.
a photo together. You have photos?
No, we don't. It's better if we take it now.
Yeah,
And take it now because we should correct them once. Yeah. Then you have to hop back to. Could sway. Yeah, exactly.
We need to stand up.
Oh no, we've got some more minutes to do. They think we're in charge. We're not in charge.
At all. I feel like I have to agree a lot of instructions. Oh, that's okay.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear? Okay. You put it here? You have to wear the... it's suggested that to hear better, you wear the headphones. Naħseb anki intom l-aħjar u x'inkella. Can we have two headsets? Tisimawni.
Do you need the headphones?
Actually, we're not that late, actually.
Thank you.
Okay. 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 Maybe for the ministers? Maybe yes, okay. So we welcome you all here. Thank you for coming, and we apologize for the little bit of a hitch that we had with the venue. But we're here, and we're not terribly late, so we aim to be very strict with the time because our ministers are very, very busy, as you know, and we are all have various tasks to attend to. So we're here on this to this side event, leading a new era of climate action. We often talk about the three pillars of climate action: mitigation, adaptation, and governance. And as you know, usually governance is the least explored, the least delved into. We tend to leave that for the national situation. And all of you know that it's no easy task to get together the various sectors that have to act on climate issues, the various sectors like transport, agriculture, buildings, etc., energy, of course, which really need to be in line with the line ministry to act accordingly. And in fact, this event is dedicated to those governments that have been very, very diligent and shown leadership in adopting a new model by establishing or are about to establish a climate authority. I would not like to take much time in my introduction because you will hear about this from our keynote speakers and also from the panelists that we have. So I will pass on the floor to the Honourable Minister Miriam Dalli to give her keynote address, unless Minister Bauer prefers to go first.
No, you go first.
Okay. I was going to say, if it's okay that Minister Bowen starts, because I know he's negotiating the NCQG, and it's a bit of a headache, I understand. But we have full faith and trust in you and your negotiating skills. So allow me to start off by saying thank you for the opportunity to discuss this very important topic. Thank you, Chris. I'm going to call you Chris because we've met a couple of times, and we've followed also in your footsteps, primarily on this, so we feel like we share a lot of things which are common, even though we're very far away from one another geographically. Thank you also for being here and to focus primarily on the setting up of authorities in our respective nations and our respective states. I know that the Minister for the UAE will be joining us later on as well to share the experience of the UAE in this regard. All of us here do understand the emergency of climate change and the need to actually address climate through concrete climate action. So I will not delve a lot in the implications of not addressing properly climate change because I would be preaching to the converted here. But obviously, we believe that in giving the right signal to actually address climate change and to actually have proper initiatives when it comes to climate action, the setting up of a climate authority is helping Malta a lot in that regard. Welcome also to the Minister of the UAE for being here with us. Sorry. Sorry. Good, okay. So our primary aim was to ensure that when we're speaking about climate, we have all the different sectors aligned together in the actions that they take. Because when we're speaking about climate, it's not about one sector over another. It's different sectors that need to come together, and the necessity to have combined efforts that go in the same direction. And we've seen that whilst all of us work towards decarbonizing the economy by 2050, because that is the aim that we have as Malta, as an island state, it happens that many times you can have conflicting policies that would not necessarily help in actually decarbonizing the economy. And we wanted to make sure that all our actions as government are really going in that direction. And our aim to have a climate action authority was primarily to make sure that all the different sectors and all the different policies are aligned in the same direction. It is an issue that requires data, that requires measures, and actually that requires us to measure things to make sure that things are done and that they are moving in the same direction. Now, Malta, as an island state, is also part of the European Union, hence we have a number of directives and regulations that we need to follow and a number of ambitious targets that we need to reach, and we need to make sure that we are on course in reaching those targets. And our authority is also making sure that all these different sectors are actually working hard to reach those targets and to make sure that we are moving in the same direction and keeping the progress that is required. We were looking also at different actions that different countries are doing in this regard, and we found that Australia has an authority, so we're also looking at the model that Australia adopted to make sure that we are in the same direction and following also in Australia's steps, because we understand that the authority is doing a lot of positive work in that regard. And we are also very positive to see the authority in the UAE, and we believe that like this we can really and truly set a model, I would say, for other countries as well. I'm saying this because having a climate action authority from Malta, it's the first country within the EU that set up this authority, and I believe that we can also achieve positive results that can help us address issues like mitigation and also adaptation, which are very important for an island state like ours. Being a very small island state, when we speak about climate action, we want to make sure that this is not a headline that is just spoken words, but a headline that is acted upon, because some of the most impacts that are considered as negative are mostly felt in countries like ours. I would mention sea level rise, for example, severe droughts and extreme weather as just a few. So I want to make sure that we are not speaking about the setting up of an authority just for the sake of it, but we want to make sure that the setting up of an authority will reap also positive results in the short, mid and longer term. I will leave it here at this point in time. I look forward also to the different inputs and the different contributions, and thank you once again, Chris, for joining us. I know you have a very, very busy agenda this week, so it was really and truly an honor to have you here with us.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister Dunley, and we definitely thank you for your efforts in setting up the authority in Malta, because obviously you were the driver in the driving seat anyway. So I therefore invite the Honourable Sir Chris Bowen to give his keynote address, and we thank you very much once again for being here.
Thank you, Ambassador. I recognise you, Ambassador Tilley, Australia's climate change ambassador, my friend Miriam, friends. When Miriam WhatsApped me to ask me to do this event, I knew I'd be very busy. I'd already accepted the role of co-facilitator, but I said to my team, no, we have to do that one. We'll say yes to Malta for a few reasons. One, as Miriam knows, I can't say no to Malta. My wife's a Maltese Australian, so I had to say yes to Malta when they asked. We're raising 2 Maltese Australians at home, and for those Maltese here, I represent Greystanes and Horsley Park, which we call Little Malta, where all the Australian Maltese live. So I had to say yes when Miriam asked me. But also, and more seriously, because Malta, with its initiative of the Climate Change Action Authority, should be congratulated and should be celebrated. Because governance, as the Ambassador said, Ambassador Borges said, is very important on this most important opportunity and crisis facing the world. And I think when I think about governance, elected politicians are accountable. We're accountable to our parliaments, we're accountable to our people. We have to make the decisions. We have to answer for our decisions. We have to be accountable for our decisions. But those decisions must be transparent and must be based on the very best possible advice. So that's why the Climate Change Authority was set up in Australia a long time ago. 2011, 2012 was set up a long time ago. But when we came to office in Australia, 2.5 years ago, we reinvigorated the Climate Change Authority, brought it back to the centre of our considerations. And we made clear in our Climate Change Act that when I set a target, then I have to have Climate Change Authority advice. When I go to the Cabinet, I have to tell them what the Climate Change Authority advice is. And when I announce the target, also whatever the Climate Change Authority advice was is public. So we don't have to accept the Climate Change Authority advice. We can decline to accept it because we're the elected politicians, we're accountable, but we have to explain why. We have to explain how we've considered it. And also accountability is very important. We have an annual statement to Parliament, which I must provide as the Minister. In fact, I'm doing it next week when I return to Australia. And that Climate Change Authority statement, or climate change statement, which I produced to the Parliament, under the law of our country, I must also table the Climate Change Authority's progress report, which shows how we're doing. And I have no role in writing that report. I have no visibility. I get given a copy and I must table it in Parliament. And also the Climate Change Authority gives annual recommendations about what we should be doing. And again, I don't have to accept them, but I have to say publicly I've accepted or rejected or noted or accepted in principle, and why. And we outline all that to Parliament. And so I like to think Australia with some other countries, I also give credit to the United Kingdom with its Climate Change Committee, I think they call theirs, but it's a similar process. Together now with Malta is, I think, can be regarded as world's best practice on governance of these issues. And I think this is important, one, because while, as I keep saying, we're accountable, we have to make the decisions, we have to have a government in many senses of all the talents giving us advice. And recently I appointed a new chair of our Climate Change Authority who's from the different political party. I'm a Labor Party politician. I appointed a former Liberal politician as the chair to make sure that everyone knows that this is a national effort and we have to be all in. And he's very independent. Clearly he's not from my side of politics, but he gives the best advice possible together with his board. We have one board member here who will talk to you, I think, in a few minutes about how the board works. They weigh up all the issues, consider the challenges, the opportunities, and what's realistic. You know, many people in the public debate say the government should be doing this, the government should be doing that, but they don't have to think about how it's achievable. Mm-hmm. But the Climate Change Authority does. Exactly. They can't give advice to say, yes, 100% target by 2026. Yeah. That's not realistic, and they know that. And in those reports, they're very substantive reports which outline not just what's ambitious, but what's achievable. Not just what's robust, but what's realistic. And I think that helps us in the public debate as well. So congratulations, Miriam, and to the government of Malta, our very good friends, on your initiative. First in the EU, joins United Kingdom, Australia, maybe one or two others in best practice, I think. And I just wanted to come and celebrate with you. And I'm sure the panel discussion will be good. It does mean there are, I wouldn't say pros and cons, but there are things you have to consider. For example, many people say, well, why hasn't Australia set its target? Well, under our Act, I have to wait for the Climate Change Authority advice. We give them time to do their job. And then I'll consider the advice. And when I'm ready to satisfy with it, I'll take it to Cabinet. There's a process, a clear process, which is outlined in our law and in all our comments. And I think that provides rigour and analysis. And I know Malta is the same. So I congratulate you on the initiative, congratulate you on the discussion. I do have to get back to the negotiations now, which are in all our interests to get this sorted. But thank you to Malta for your leadership, and thank you for putting on this very good event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. We are again extremely grateful for your presence here. We wish you all the very best in the NCQG discussions and negotiations, and we look forward to perhaps hosting you in Malta one of these days. It's our pleasure, and I'm sure yes, that's right, great. Thank you very much, Minister. In fact, later on we are going to have the Honourable Minister from the United Arab Emirates, who will be closing the meeting. So we have three very special key guests that are honouring us with their presence. And we immediately go to the first panel. We have, and I invite on the stage, Her Excellency Dr. Alanoud. I hope that I pronounce it well. Thank you. Thank you. You can go up. Miss Susie Smith. Thank you. And Engineer Abigail Kutayar from Malta. So Her Excellency Dr. Alanoud Al-Haj is the Assistant Under-Secretary for the Green Development and Climate Change sector. We have Miss Susie Smith, who is the representative of the Climate Change Authority from Australia, and Engineer Abigail Kutayar, who is the CEO of the Climate Action Authority of Malta. And so we come to the first question, which I would like to ask you. Many countries have a Ministry for Climate Action. Some even have a Climate Council. Some have both. Very few have set up an authority or are about to set up one. What do you think, therefore, is the value added of having an authority on climate action on a national level? Maybe Your Excellency would like to start first?
First, I'm honored to be here to speak in this event. Thank you for extending the invitation for us. Definitely Malta is one of the countries that we always are happy to work with and exchange practices and knowledge with. And also Brazil was here earlier. To us in the United Arab Emirates, we see that every country has its own context. So when it comes to whether or not a specific government should have a climate action council, it depends on the mechanisms and the way the government work. So for example, for us in the United Arab Emirates, we have the collaborative approach of engaging everyone. And by everyone, I mean we engage the federal level system, we engage the local authorities from every emirate, and also we engage the private sector, and we engage youth and different parties to be on board with us in making decisions. So for us in the UAE, we actually have a climate action council that sits under the Minister of Climate Change and Environment. So it's part of the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. And within this council, we have a number of entities from the federal government system. So we have the Ministry of Economy, we have the Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure, we have the Ministry of Industry, we have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have the Ministry of Education as well. Building capacity for the youth is very important for us. And we have also representatives from the different local authorities, so government entities from Dubai, from Abu Dhabi, from Sharjah, Ras Al Khaimah, Fujairah, Al Qawain, Ajman are all on board with us, representing the context of their local emirates. And in addition to that, we have rounds of engaging private sector entities to take charge of being members in the board, and we rotate the membership of the industry and the private sector. You can't have 500 companies on board with you in one council, but we pick and select in consensus who's to be with us from the private sector, depending on the type of projects that are priority at that period of the council action. So this is basically how we work. And then anything that's approved or discussed in the council goes again to the high-level system. It gets discussed between the different ministers that are in charge of implementation. So we get them on board with us in writing the strategies, the plans, the initiatives, before we set the initiatives forward for implementation. And there is a very important step that falls between whatever is decided at a federal level system and implementation. We go to the cabinet. So we have actually a memorandum of policy, initiative, strategy, whatever the initiative is, and we write, we have certain pillars that has to be covered when we collectively share that memorandum for the cabinet. So we have to have a status quo, a research feasibility study, what is it that we need to change. We have different policy scenarios, different initiative scenarios, and we study the implication of each one on the different industries that are related to climate action. So we, of course, we want to make sure that our economy is growing. At the same time, we are also taking care of our decarbonization pathway. We're making sure that our actions that are set in climate action projects are also balanced with the economy. Once we have that memo ready, it goes to the cabinet, and then a final decision is made on how to move forward.
Thank you very much. That is really excellent, and no wonder we had such a successful COP28 with the input of so many sectors.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Excellency. And so I pass on to Ms. Smith, and would like to share your experiences, but particularly on what is the value added of having this authority now that you've had it for so many years, actually.
Yeah, it's a real privilege to be on the Climate Change Authority in Australia, and we have significant workload. Thank you to the new Climate Change Act. We have gone from a part-time job to a full-time job. Now, I think there's three things that are crucially important. Number one, and I'll say this, is the expert guidance. Noting, of course, that that is through the multi-stakeholders that we have on the board. Includes the chair, Matt Keane, as the Minister mentioned, our chief scientist, and up to 7 other members. So number 1 is the expert guidance. Number 2 is accountability and responsibility. And that's not just on the government, that's on looking across the sectors and what that transition looks like. And so through that expert guidance, we can dive in to see how we're progressing, and we have that independence. And then finally, I think the third important reason is transparency. And so one is that the government's saying this is the policy, industry is saying this is what we're doing, and so is that independent authority with the expert guidance and the accountability, we're providing that transparency and trust. And that's crucially important because this is a significant change, both in the economy and also in the social and socio-economic areas, and so we need to bring the community on board, and I think the communication role that climate change authorities have shouldn't be underestimated.
Thank you very much for that. I pass on now the floor to Engineer Kutayer.
Thanks, Ambassador. So basically, obviously, the way how the authority is set up and the reason, I think, behind that was in order to coordinate efforts also across the government. Because obviously, a lot of efforts are being done, interministerial efforts, but the fact that we now have an authority which establishes also policies and also legislations, because it's good to mention that it's also an authority not only to issue policy and make sure to implement them, but also to establish legislations even aligned with the EU directives as well. So what the authority is doing is consolidation of efforts across government, but also the link with the private sector. Because as the day goes by, we're finding that the educational element to educate people, because after all, I mean, the governments can do so much, but if the people are not convinced that they need to spearhead climate change, then obviously it will not happen. But I think another added benefit of all of this is actually the element of the council. Welcome, Your Excellency.
We welcome the Honourable Minister from the United Arab Emirates. Thank you, Minister, for joining us. Thank you.
So basically, the importance of having a scientific council. As you were saying, so we also have a council made up of 8 different experts, both from the academic, but also from the industry, so that we will bridge both the policy and the establishment of the technologies that we need to focus on for decarbonization, but also how they can practically be implemented in the day-to-day of the businesses, because that's how we are focusing on the actual transition. So that is high level. Obviously, there are other things which the authority will be doing, like setting targets, and also apart from the targets, also identify projects and means how to implement those targets.
Thank you very much. And the second question is a bit more challenging. Rather than just the good things about setting up an authority, I think one of the areas you've mentioned, each one of you has said, identified the need to have independent evidence-based research, which helps you and guides you in your work. To what extent do you consider that you have to have a wide view of the need of research in the sense of having even socio-economic research, not just pure science? And how do you think this needs to be translated into a narrative that everybody understands? You've mentioned on the need of building awareness at the national level, at the grassroots level. So we can go on in the same chronological order.
Yeah. No, your question is actually as if you are reading the content of the memo of policy and initiatives that we submit to the cabinet in the UAE. So the way we work is any policy or any intervention, any initiative that goes forward from the Climate Action Council or any other council or ministry has to have common themes, one of which is research. And within that, we assess, we have different scenarios and different options that are to be put forward. With every option that's there, we do the assessment and the research on a number of pillars: political level, social level, economical level, legal level, environmental level. Even if it's a ministry that's not related to climate change and environment, they will have to have that assessment on the environment pillar as well. And this makes us unique. So when we come to put forward our initiative to the cabinet, one of the main questions that are looked at: did we consult with So when it comes to the economic impact, if the project is very heavily related to the economy, we would be consulting with the Ministry of Economy before putting forward the memo for the cabinet. And with that comes another pillar, which maybe it was mentioned even by my colleagues here: capacity building. So how do we come in the government to understand this? We have the Prime Minister office that sits under or within the same ministry that the cabinet is within. And from the Prime Minister's office, there are periodic capacity building trainings and programs that we have focal points from every ministry, 1 or 2 or 3, depending on the heaviness of the work that's cross-cutting with stakeholders. And those individuals go into the same training, and then they come and share the knowledge of how do we work on initiatives and programs that are cross-cutting with other sectors. So this process is ongoing now for more than 10 years in the UAE. And I would say it's working very well. Where we're always by nature, we know that we have to have a collaborative approach, even outside the context of the Climate Action Council. Any project that's related to any ministry, we just pick up the phone or send that email to get in touch with them and make sure that we're on board and we're thinking the same way. We're taking their perspective on board before moving forward.
Great. That's excellent networking, I would say. Thanks, Ms. Scott.
Two things I'll probably say is, one is the challenge on climate change is it's not an either or. Everything is in, it's a bit like my home task list. Everything's in urgent and important. And also there's not a one size fits all. And so what are the most, even within that urgent and important, there are priorities. And what's the priority in Australia may not be what's the priority in Malta or UAE. And I think that's where we need to use the expert groups on groups like the Climate Authority or Council to prioritise those areas and work not only at a national level but a subnational. And I'll call out to my colleagues here from South Australia, and they have a climate committee council in South Australia as well. And so I think the second part is it's not either or. We need to do everything, and we need to then work out how deep to go in each of those and how do we share that information and what those priorities are. And then secondly is the collaboration piece I'll come back to again, is I think there's an opportunity both internationally where Australia can share with Malta and UAE and other countries learnings and transition risk, etc., but also within Australia making sure that other jurisdictions are working to and working with the Climate Change Authority nationally and then subnationally, so that we're all on the same page. And we have a group in Australia, the acronym's the ECMC, the Energy Council Ministerial Climate Change something. But the importance of that is around the policy. And so for industry and for science, working together and understanding what those priorities are. And the Minister mentioned about the policies not conflicting with each other and making sure that we're harmonising our approach to climate change and understanding what those key risks are from a regional level and putting programs in place to address those.
Great. That's very good. Thank you.
I believe that, as you are saying, every country obviously has the same priorities or different priorities, but ultimately it all boils down to the collective effort in the different sectors. And I think for Malta, to be more specific, the policies, or rather the areas, the focus areas which we are focusing on, is the energy transition and the need to transition to cleaner forms of energy, the decarbonization, and within the decarbonization there is the transportation, there is agriculture, there is also other additional things, and also to link as well with what you are asking, ensuring that all of this chain reaction is not affecting the socio-economic, the people ultimately differently. Ensuring a just transition, because sometimes we forget, for instance, in our case, sea level rise is something which we really speak about because we're an island, the risks associated with an island state, yes, exactly, are obviously different to maybe a state which is connected with other countries. So the fact that we are conscious about the socio-economic perspective in order to ensure a just transition is something which we deeply ingrain even within the initiatives which the government issues or within the policies which we are actually establishing. So the socio-economic is as much as important as the actual transition, because ultimately all the people need to feel that they have a safe space and they need to feel that they can actually contribute to this whole transition. So it's super important.
Excellent, and that sums up the first panel. I'm sure you agree with me. The thoughts expressed, the sharing of experiences, which is exactly what we wanted for this event, is food for thought to even perfect what we are already doing, which is already substantial, but also to always perfect our agendas. And I liked what Ms. Scott explained, that it's the climate crisis. It's like our home action plan, that everything is urgent. We have to multitask on so many things. And with that, I think I thank the first panel. I think they deserve a huge applause. Thank you very much. Okay. I would like to ask the Minister, who has graced us with her presence. She is targeted to close the meeting, but if you prefer that you have your intervention now, maybe because of your agenda, please feel free. If you want to stay, you are very, very welcome, but we understand that you are very busy. So we anticipate your closing remarks, and we have them as intermediate remarks.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to come and join and listen to some of the conversation that has taken place earlier. And thank you for giving me the floor to give an intermediate remarks instead of closing remarks. So, Your Excellency, it's a pleasure to be in this space and to have this conversation. And I don't know if after maybe a lot of the points that have been raised by the ladies in the previous conversation, and I really applaud the fact that it's all ladies panels and the two ladies minister in this, and that shows the impact that women have now in the climate space. Now, I will focus on two main things. One of them is the spirit of collaboration, which I think this is something that we see present in a lot of the climate conversations, and this is something that the UAE have always advocated for, collaboration to solve global challenges, and at the very top of those global challenges is the climate crisis. Now, the collaboration has to go at all levels, from national levels to international level. And if I can give an example of an initiative that we have initiated in the UAE recently, early October, and we have shown that through that initiative and designed the initiative, we can engage all levels of societies through the whole spectrum, from government to private to NGOs as well. So the UAE, the Minister of Climate Change, also holds the agricultural file and responsible for the agricultural file in the UAE. And we've initiated a nationwide program called Plan the Emirates. It was initiated at the highest level by the Vice President of the UAE, Prime Minister and ruler of Dubai, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid. And with that initiative, we have engaged all levels. So we've always said from the very beginning, this is a nationwide movement that we want to engage not only government at a federal level, but federal, local governments, as well as the private sector and the whole society. And with that, we have engaged and we have launched with the program a number of initiatives that were activated with the right stakeholders. So if we're talking about building the capacity and teaching whether it's the skills or the science or the values behind the agriculture and food security as a whole, we start from schools. So we've engaged with Ministry of Education. We want to promote this as even from a tourism perspective. How can you engage the society and visitors of the UAE to understand the agricultural landscape in the UAE and to engage in agriculture-related activities? So we've done this with the Office of Tourism, the Ministry of Economy. We've done a number of initiatives in a similar way, and we had a lot of engagement from the private sector, and we continue to do this on all the levels. This is an example where you can create momentum through a well-designed collaborative approach, and while at the same time not forgetting the enablers from policies perspective, from financing perspective, and from governance perspective as well. So we've also established, with the initiation of this program, the National Agricultural Center, which is a new center that is set to support medium and smallholder farmers to from technical perspective and technological perspective. And here I will comment on the fact that we need to bring science and economic studies as well in this, because you can't really create any disruption in any sector without building on disruptive technologies and also bringing the science and research and development as a main driver in this, which will inform the policies that you drive to ensure that the momentum and the right enablers are in place. I will comment on another point that was raised in the previous panel on the role of the environmental and climate-related authorities in governments. We should not be looked at from some of the other government colleagues in the governments as someone who's creating or holding them back from progressing in their plans, because you're always coming back with environmental assessments and risk assessments on environment, on biodiversity, on whether it's air quality related, water quality related, resource sustainability from all of the perspectives. But it should be more of an approach where it's a win-win approach. It's the UAE have always taken a pro-climate, pro-growth, pro-people approach in all the initiatives and the policies that we design. And this is the approach that we continue to take forward, so that it's very well designed to serve the people and at the same time ensure sustainable economic and social growth, while ensuring that the environmental agenda and the climate agenda is well served and well maintained as we continue to achieve our and implement our plans. I thank you for giving me the floor again. I hope that I have given a little bit of additional perspective for what has given already, and thank you, Your Excellency, for organizing an event with this focus in your space, and I look forward to seeing more of this conversation in the different platforms that we engage in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Al-Dahak. We are very, very honored to have you here. You are welcome to stay, and at any time that you wish to, you need to leave, please do so. That's excellent. And so on, I invite the second panel participants, Ms. Christy Graham, the CEO of the Australian Sustainable Finance Institute. Thank you. And Mr. Kamal Jamouai. Mr. Kamal. Please. Unfortunately, Mr. Gramenos Mastroianni could not join us today. He's online, sorry. Okay, great. Okay. So we have Gramenos, who is online, and we will start with two questions for you, but we start with the first question. Risk and vulnerability from climate change impacts are acknowledged by major credit rating agencies and financial institutions. How can one ensure, for the sake of transparency and inclusivity, that risk and vulnerability are identified in a narrative that is understood by all, not just the financial experts, to ensure preparedness and build resilience? I don't know if Gramenos is hearing us. Great. So we can then we can have him later on to intervene. So, Kamal, if you would like to. Ladies first? Okay.
Okay, thank you. And thank you very much for having me. It's great to have a combination of government, both at the ministerial, at the officials, and then also private sector business voice in this conversation, I think. And collaboration has come through really strongly, collaboration across sectors being really important. In terms of climate risk and the way that we can not just understand that at sort of the technical level, but also make sure that the community understands that and community is able to respond to that. There's a couple of examples from the Australian context that I'll bring out. We work largely with financial sector regulators, our Treasury Department and large financial institutions, and our prudential regulator, so our central bank, has been doing a climate vulnerability assessment with our largest banks over the last sort of 12 months, and they're now moving on to do that with the insurance sector. And while sort of your question said large financial institutions understand these risks very well, there's through that process, there's been a huge capability uplift, even in the ability of large financial institutions to understand that risk right down to a very individual kind of postcode household level. So that's been really important capability uplift to enable them to talk to their customers, to their clients, and support them to build their resilience very much at the household level. There's another organisation that we work with called the Resilient Building Council. Similar to Malta, there's a range of climate-related disasters in Australia, and bushfire risk is particularly significant. About 4 years ago, we had some very severe bushfires run through much of Australia, and off the back of that, a lot of houses needed to be rebuilt. And the Resilient Building Council has been working to develop a tool that enables households to understand what a resilient build back looks like. And they're working with banks and insurance companies to then get price discounts and discounts on insurance, and ultimately the ability to access green loans for mortgages off the back of making those resilience improvements. So very practical ways that not only community can understand what they need to do to build resilience, but to get pricing benefits at the household level from doing that as well.
Excellent. That's very practical indeed, Ms. Graham. And I pass on now the word to Kamal.
Yeah, thank you. Do you hear me? Okay, thank you. Very pleased to be with you, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel. Well, I'll put it from developing country perspective. I'm not representing private sector, just for your information. I'm advising the African group of climate negotiations, and putting it from the developing countries perspective, it's really quite difficult that the understanding risks and well, vulnerability, it's fine, but understanding risk or climate risk, for example, is something which is difficult to reach the final impacted person. It's quite difficult. There is a huge number of awareness, education activities and programs. There is information there, but still that the climate thing is understood differently from what we are experiencing in our countries. They are not linking it to climate change. They are linking it to more meteorological events, meteorological impacts. Then the climate crisis that we are having now is something that we cannot just assess from the perspective of what we are. For example, most of us are using banking language, which means you use risk in investing or risk in providing support. What are the risks that you can assess, and so on and so forth. But in developing countries, even in some, according to what has been said in the previous panel, in some authorities at even at authorities level, in particular for Africa, it's quite difficult that to integrate the climate risks when you have other huge problems and huge difficulties, which means the poor people, you have the poverty there, you access to water, access to energy, and there is other priorities, and then come the climate. And the climate risk come when there is, for example, extreme weather event. For example, there is flood or any extreme. Then the population, local communities, then they feel that there is climate risk. But when there is no extreme event, they don't have this climate risk in their memory, or they're preparing for that. No, because they are thinking about their daily life, how to feed their family, how to get jobs, how to do things like that. This is a bit different, but this does not prevent that they need to have the kind of awareness, education, information about this, because it's very important for lives and ecosystems.
What you're saying is very real. We understand that countries start from a different perspective socio-economically. And for the African nations, there are issues like hunger and survival, access to clean water, access to energy that are huge demands and day-to-day needs. Equally, in the developed countries, although I'm not in any way comparing the emergency of meeting certain goals like zero hunger and eliminating poverty, but there are also other risks and other needs like inflation, migration, for example, which are also hindering attention to climate issues. So what you say is particularly relevant. Unless you wanted to add something there? Okay. So I pass on now the word to... Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. I pass on the word to Mr. Gramenos Mastroianni. Thank you very much, Gramenos, for your assistance in organizing this event. We are very grateful for that. And did you hear the question well, or do you need me to repeat it? Okay, so you have the floor.
Thank you. I heard everything perfectly. Good morning, Excellencies. Good morning, dear colleagues. And in assisting for this event, I feel like apologizing for the glitch in location, although it was not a mess. But on another hand, I think this is fate that told us that such an event only could happen in the Mediterranean Pavilion, which is a tiny place in space, but a huge place for its message. I happen to be consulting insurance companies on these issues. And I would like to frame it like that. We have a tool to interpret to interpret the stakes, which is the 2030 agenda. Basically, the 2030 agenda is a matrix that takes into account the fact that our goal is to defend a balance, which is the compound results of interactions among many subsectorial and local balances. But if you really want to reduce the 2030 agenda to a very, very simple matrix, you can imagine one that has just 4 cases: environment, development, human rights, and peace. And you can imagine a 4 cases matrix with these cases which are dynamically connected. How does it work? Let us imagine an environmental event, for instance, a drought. In our perspective, in the human perspective, it very often transforms into a development event because there is a failed harvest. Now, if the failed harvest hits a place where there are social safety net, the most efficient of which is insurance, only afterwards we have protection by the state, the chain of consequences stops there. But in a place where there are no such safety nets, where you're not used or it is not possible for you to insure your harvest, it is very frequent that an economic event, the failed harvest, caused by an environmental event, transforms into a human rights event. For instance, when that failed harvest makes the difference between sending or not sending your children to school. But take an individual, a family, which is deprived because of climate change and other factors of its security for the future, whose basic rights are compressed, and you have the recipe of mass population forced movements and crises and conflicts. For the obvious reasons, but also because there is an industry that rushes to rescue the desperate faster than any other industry. And unfortunately, it is not the UNHCR, it is not the Red Cross. This is illegality. If your fill doesn't yield anything anymore, you're not protected, you look around for a way out, and in most cases, the first ones to give you a hand, they tell you, I'll give you a little money, but can you please swallow this globe with some cocaine inside and bring it across the border? And this is the private aspect of illegality. But then there is also the public aspect of illegality. In the Sahel, very much due to the huge shrinking of Lake Chad, which was the pithing heart of the region, this is happening very much. And people look around and they remember that there is an employer that gives very high salaries, $500 per month, which there is really considerable. They knew it even before, but they wouldn't join this employer because the lifestyle that he proposes isn't worth $500. But if you have no option, you go there and you ask for an employment to Boko Haram, which is hugely growing, not because people are particularly fanatic in religion, but because there is no way out. In this sense, providing safety nets also and primarily in terms of access to insurance is crucial. On the other hand, the insurance mechanism risks to fail. The insurance is, by definition, a so-called ALIA contract. We bet on something. And protection is given by the fact that many people give a premium, confer a premium, in the perspective that only a few will need that special help that gives them a way out in case something unmanageable happens. But when we talk about climate phenomena, they are not, they do not strike individually. They strike entire areas. So we have to think of devices which are able to ensure, protect entire sectors. Many improvements, technical, legal improvements are on the way to cover for this aspect, but it is absolutely necessary for governments, if they really understand where where the stakes are, to give a hand to this sector, which is much more than a group of enterprises that make a lot of money through the insurance business. It is the sector that protects stability.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Mastroianni. And to wrap up, a question on what would you consider a creative way in the different realities that we deal with, the developed countries, the developing countries, the least developed countries, creative ways to mobilize finance, because without finance, really, all our plans for climate action remain a pie in the sky. I start with you, Ms. Graham.
No, I would totally agree with that, accessing finance, the right type of finance for the right things is absolutely critical to get the action that we need. And finance is only ever an enabler of action. That's sort of the value of finance and the financial system. We as an organisation focus on private capital, and private capital needs a few things. They need to understand the opportunities, so they need to know the right things to be investing in, and that could be from a climate mitigation or a climate adaptation perspective, and taxonomies. So you may have heard the word taxonomies. Essentially, the list of the right things in a particular country is critically important. The second thing they need to have and to understand is clear investment framework so that they can manage and price country level kind of risks or opportunities. So are they able to understand the policy risk or the political risk? Are they able to understand kind of the legal system? Private capital needs to be able to price that into investment decisions, and so visibility and clarity on that is crucially important. And then the third thing that private capital needs is a commercial return. And Of course, not everything relating to climate has a commercial return, which is where, public capital is needed and public finance is needed for some things. Private capital can come into other areas, and blended finance, if you're talking about innovative solutions. It's been really pleasing at this COP to hear a lot more discussions around blended finance from beyond just the usual suspects in the multilateral development banks as well. So blended finance would be my plug for the solutions that we need to bridge that public-private gap.
Thank you very much. And Kamal, how does that translate into the realities of the African continent?
Well, be it for the African continent or developing countries around the Mediterranean, we need to contextualize the climate finance issue when it comes to climate finance and climate responsibilities. Because what is happening is that everybody is talking about mobilization and others about investments, private sector, philanthropies, MDBs, whatever you want. But if you are under a UN treaty, United Nations treaty, because there is responsibilities, there is obligations, and then there is complying with the obligations. When it comes to finance, in particular, using the word mobilization leads to private sector, leads to investment, leads to loans, indebtedness. But under the UN system, do we need a UN treaty to negotiate mobilization, to negotiate investment? We can do it bilaterally. As a country, we go to the market and we attract investment. We have bilateral cooperation and we can have mobilization. If we are in UN treaty, from developing country perspective, understanding, in particular the Africa understanding, if you are in UN treaty, it's because we expect provision of financial resources, not mobilization of financial resources. Provision means grant-based access. Access through grant-based. It's not access to. Now we are under the NCQG, negotiations are around how to access to investments, how to access to loans. From our perspective, it's something incredible. Why should we come here to negotiate access to investment, to negotiate access to loans? And then, on top of this process, when it will get to outcome, then if you want to access to these investments, to these loans, you will access using international rules and modalities that will be decided here, including transparency and other elements. What are we negotiating under UN treaty? If under UN treaty we need to negotiate something that is grant-based, if you want investments, loans, we can do it from bilateral perspective, we can go to MDBs, do this, and then we use our national rules and regulations. We are not binded by international rules that will be decided, for example, under the NCQG. It means that the process now, of course, it helps some, those that are from the private sector, investors that don't want to provide resources from public sources, and so on and so forth. But the reality, let us think it as we are being, and it was said by Her Excellency the Ambassador, we are all in the common crisis of climate change, which means the reality is when you use this approach, mobilization and things like that, we are not helping and providing resources to climate action, to concrete climate action, to face climate change. And here, I'm not talking about only vulnerable, but all countries. If you want climate action, please, from African perspective at least, put business aside. Do climate action, and then if you have all opportunities to complement with your business for climate, then it's welcome. But we need climate actions, and as you mentioned it at your introductory remarks, for adaptation, mitigation, and governance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Maestroianni, last word to you.
Thank you so much. This aspect is crucial, and I think that it's also affecting the negotiations. We need to change narrative. Actually, there is a lot of money around. If you see the portfolios of big investors, we are witnessing to the largest portfolio shift in history. At the beginning of the century, less than 1% of the investments were qualified as ESG. Today is around 28%, as far as I know, and the declared intention is to make them grow around 60%. And this is not only because they save our future, but it is because they are very, very good business. And if the old narrative, oh my God, I have to put some money because otherwise the earth will crumble and make a sacrifice, which is not functional, is substituted by a more up-to-date one that says, oh my God, I have this huge opportunity to invest my money in fields that give a very high return, was adopted. I think that things would be not so difficult. But besides that, we do have money, but we do also have a bottleneck, and the bottleneck is with the end user. When we talk about sustainability, yes, there are some very big projects that can be run financial-wise according to the usual mechanisms, which are quite complicated, etc. But then sustainability is built territory by territory. And the general interlocutor is someone who takes care of a tiny portion of territory and is not necessarily able to access even the most normal financial opportunities. I mean, I really don't see a medium-sized city, although they made some progress in that direction, have the forces and the capabilities to file a request to the Green Climate Fund. It's so damn complicated and expensive to do, but I acknowledge that a lot of progress has been done in that sense. So if I may take this opportunity to suggest one little thing that would cost really a little, but would have a positively devastating impact, is a large-scale training in financial literacy, even the basic financial literacy, for medium-ranking officials of local authorities and NGOs, SCOs. They are the ones who have a lot of opportunities but just lack the means to access them. The expenditure would be minimal, the mobilization capacity would be fantastic, and it would multiply a lot this huge amount of money which is circulating. According to the data I know, which were presented at the last COP 2 years ago, only private climate finance available every year went beyond $1 trillion. The money is there, it comes from the private sector, because the private sector has the good notion that this is not only ethics, this is not only saving the world, but this is very good business. I end with one example. Land recovery actions in places which are diversifying tend to have a return on investment of 7%. My bank doesn't pay 1/10 of that in interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that panel, we are at 1:30, so we are right on time. Unless there is some urgent question that can be answered by any of the panelists, first panel and the second panel, I would like to thank all our speakers, the Honourable Minister, the Minister for Honourable Minister Bowen, Honourable Minister Aldahak, but also all our panelists that have really given us a lot of food for thought. As you can understand, there are different perspectives, different realities, and I am sure that this exercise that we've started today would be the first of various other types of networking that we can enjoy and we can really maximize upon in ensuring that we move forward in the commitments that we've started and we continue to walk the talk. And with that, I wish you a very busy week, hopefully with a lot of successes by Friday. Thank you very much.
I call her the micromanager. When she stays with my neighbor, she does the exact same thing. She just sits in the desk and stares at me.
live, yeah. We're live already.
Okay. It's an increase. Yesterday was fairly calm, and now it's getting more and more. It's better to use the headsets because there are speakers, but
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, thank you for being here today, both those who are attending in person at this Mediterranean Pavilion and those who are following online. This session on how we can transform the way we move by building a low-carbon mobility in the Mediterranean region, in particular in the next round of nationally determined contributions, the NDCs. My name is Francesc Carbonell. I am responsible for the transport sector at the Secretariat of the Union for the Mediterranean. And I'd like to introduce you our prestigious speakers here today and give you a quick overview of this session. We will have CSET in Philip, Head of Sustainable Development at the of Public Transport, the UI, who why and how new generation of NDCs is a true opportunity for public transport. We will then move to an interactive discussion with Joo Hyun Ha, Sustainability Strategy and International Partnership Senior Advisor at the International Union for Railways, the UIC, and Angel Cortez, Project Officer at the Partnership on Sustainable Low Carbon Transport, the SLOCAT. We will together discuss the role of public transport in raising the level of ambition of the new NDCs and how long-term stable financing in public transport can contribute to this. And we will try to give you some recommendations looking forward
2030 in Brazil. The audience here at the Mediterranean Pavilion will also be invited to share views on what will be discussed. And without further ado, let me start with providing you with a brief overview on how we work at the UFM Secretariat, how is our region positioned in terms of the needs for climate action, and how the UFM urban transport agenda is striving to scale up transport action on climate change. So if we go to slide one, sorry. Yeah. So the UFM is an intergovernmental organization targeting human development, sustainable development, and regional integration through political commitments, regional policy dialogue, and projects on the ground. We have 43 member states, north and south, 27 from the EU, and 16 non-EU countries from North Africa, Middle East, Western Balkans, and Turkey. And our co-presidency is a double co-presidency, north-south, with the EU and Jordan. And we've got 6 areas of action: economic development and employment, higher education and research, social and civil affairs, water, environment, and blue economy, energy, of course, and climate action, and finally, transport and urban development. All the divisions are present here at COP29, and in particular, organizing thematic sessions at the Mediterranean Pavilion. Our methodology of work is based on what we call the 3 Ps. So political commitment, the first P at ministerial level for each sector through agreed agendas and roadmaps. The second P is policy dialogue at regional level to follow up with the implementation of this sectoral agenda and exchange best practices and transfer knowledge. And finally, the third P is about projects at regional and sub-regional level, politically supported and financially facilitated. Before going to the UFM transport agenda, let me just mention the first Mediterranean assessment report on climate and environmental change in the Mediterranean basin, carried out in 2020 by our partner network of scientists, MEDEC. The report identifies in particular climate challenges to be addressed by the transport system in our region. The report identifies in particular the region, the Mediterranean, as a hotspot for climate change. The region is warming 20% faster than the rest of the world on average, with the adaptation and mitigation measures. Temperature will rise 2.2 degrees Celsius by the end of 2040, staggering 6.8 degrees by the year 2100. So that's what we say, it's a hotspot. It's not the only one worldwide, but it's really one of them. And you can see on the slide the consequences of this in terms of flooding, high precipitation, extreme storms, sea level rise, etc., and its impact on transport infrastructure and services. I will not dwell on this, but this is for you to know. So what we do through our 3 Ps, I will speak just about the first 2 Ps in transport. We had a ministerial conference back in 2023 on transport, where ministers endorsed a ministerial declaration, but also, what is even more important, a regional transport action plan until 2027, based on the assessment of the previous action plan. And this new action plan focuses on 2 pillars. First pillar is on regulatory reform and convergence between all the countries. And the second pillar is on transport infrastructure investment, basically establishing a Mediterranean transport infrastructure network to prioritize and guide these investments. The plan addresses all transport modes and subsectors, including land transport, and within land transport, urban transport and mobility, and rail transport. And of course, We follow the avoid, ship, improve approach. It guides the actions of our urban transport mobility action plan. And this approach is well known, and Slowcat here has done a great job in carrying out this assessment. We know that avoid and shift strategies can account for 40 to 60% of transport emission reductions at lower cost than the improved strategies. However, the current NDCs continue to focus on improve. 52% of the measures are focusing on improve. That's something that we need to take into account when putting together the new generation of NDCs. So there is work to be done, and there is a need to have a higher ambition to include these avoid and shift measures in the new generation of NDCs. So very quickly, my last 2 slides is just to show you 10 of our measures in urban mobility, and in relation to this avoid, shift, improve approach. You can see number 1, 2, 3, and 4, which take into account this avoid and shift, which is very important. So the establishing of national urban mobility policies and sustainable urban mobility plans is the first action in the regional action plan. The coordination between transport action plans and land use planning of urban mobility, and fourth, the establishment of sustainable financing mechanisms. And I will not go through all the proposals, but maybe we can focus here on the 9th point, which is also the rationalization of urban logistics as a component of SUMPs. So that's, in a nutshell, our message. The new NDCs and our action plan in line with these new NDCs should include more and more these avoid and shift measures. So maybe a last word for tomorrow. Tomorrow is a very important thematic day for transport, so I invite you all to participate in this bunch of meetings, high-level meetings, side events, etc., that will address how transport can contribute to this new generation and NDCs, and also the new financial needs. So I thank you all, and I will give the floor now to Philip Turner, who will be setting the scene on how NDCs is an opportunity for public transport. So please, Philip, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So I guess it's kind of important to consider the importance of the next round of NDCs, which are due in February next year. So this is the 3rd iteration of NDCs, and I think the huge importance of it is that countries are supposed to set targets up to 2035. And whatever you do between now and 2035 will lock you in basically to 2050 and beyond. So essentially these NDCs are supposed to be delivering against the Paris Agreement. That's why I think they're critically important. But really, in order to kind of look ahead, it's important to look back and see how NDCs have evolved and how they've taken into account public transport. I've reviewed 196 NDCs, which takes a lot of time and a lot of patience. But I think the findings are actually quite important from a positive point of view, but also as a negative point of view. I think in terms of when you look at the amount of countries, 1/3 of countries do not include public transport interventions in their NDCs, but that's not a bad thing. 2/3 still do. And I think what we do see is that there's a very big difference between the approaches that countries are taking in the global north, which is very much focused on electrification, compared to the global south, which is very much focused on infrastructure development and services. So that really isn't too surprising, though, when you come to think about it. But I think that's still quite a challenge in terms of when you look at the wider sustainability indicators on public transport. The Global South has roughly around 35% of the urban population that has convenient access to public transport. So there is a clear, as in huge gap, that still needs to be filled in there. When we look at the leadership, who is going to be delivering against these interventions? Only around 40% of NDCs identified a ministry to lead and deliver, and that is mainly a transport ministry. They don't necessarily have public transport in their portfolios. That is often devolved down to the local level. So whether that governance structure is actually sufficient is questionable. And the other point is that many countries don't engage their local level actors in terms of their NDCs. So there is that coordination issue as well. The duration. So only a third of NDCs set a timeline for delivery. I can appreciate that. Public transport projects are complex, they're difficult to do, and they might be delivered at a later date. But I think the point here is very, very few set long-term goals, but you need that for confidence to businesses, policy, etc. So that's a critical aspect that needs to take into account. The actions, like I've said, they're very, very broad, but I do have to admit that they're also very, very vague. It's really not clear when a country is saying it's going to expand its public transport. What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. So I think that's a real key takeaway that can be taken for the next round, is being more specific on what you're going to be doing. Investments, only a third included a specific budget, but this is mainly conditional on having climate finance, capacity building and technical assistance. All countries really need to outline what the investment need is so you can align that to the climate finance negotiations. And I think really the last area is the evaluation. Many countries actually make the link to the sustainability agenda. So looking at things like mode shift, passenger numbers, so on and so forth. So actually setting targets on these kind of proxy indicators seems to be a very good way to go around different, not just CO2 emissions, but around that modal shift conversation. So in a nutshell, that's where we are. But I think what it really does is that analysis lays the foundation for what countries can and should be doing in their NDC updates, which are due next year. So alongside UIC, the Path Initiative, we've all developed our individual NDC templates. And essentially it's a checklist or a guide on how countries can include public transport, rail, walking, cycling in their NDCs. It is very much based on good practice from existing NDCs, but also we consulted heavily public transport authorities, operators, the industry, as well as city networks, just to say what's the easiest thing that countries can do to make your job easier. And essentially, this is our template. I think the first clear important thing is to articulate a vision that puts public transport and active mobility at the centre of urban mobility. Not many NDCs actually highlight that point clearly enough. The second is setting goals that align with the global stocktake that was agreed last year. So looking at a range of pathways, so setting ambitious targets around mode shift, development of infrastructure and services, and the electrification, and aligning that with energy targets as well. There are many examples where countries are already doing this. Chile is a very good example where in their NDCs, 100% of all their buses will be electric by 2040, and that is accompanied by a mode shift objective. So having those two things together is important, because an empty electric bus is a pointless bus, if you ask me. Then finally, the actions to deliver on that vision. We've really clubbed them around supporting a shift in people's mobility habits, designing cities around people and investment for urban mobility, and enable cities to drive change, because it's very important that 20% of local policy levers on transport are determined by the national level, so they can do a huge amount of things around governance reforms, so setting up transport authorities, capacity building, and say setting national policies that encourage the development of sustainable urban mobility plans. So that really enables the city's point. Designing cities around people, so be that regulations on land management practices, so on and so forth. That can be driven by the national level, and linking that land use planning issue with the climate agenda, as they have done in Mexico. Investing, that can be through direct investments, as they have done in Canada, but also carbon taxes, also emissions trading schemes. These can all be enacted, and supporting a shift, transport demand management, information campaigns. And then really taking that inspiration from the second round of NDCs, making that stronger link to the SDG agenda, because essentially stronger NDCs with public transport will deliver better urban environments, and it's important to track that down to show the impact it's having at the local level, and feeding that information back up to the national level so they can see the implications of the policies that they've been set, and seeing that action is really happening on the ground. So in effect, that's our template, but it's far better if you read it. So here are a couple of QR codes to the analysis on the NDCs and the public transport NDC template. So thank you very much.
So thank you, Philip, for your insightful presentation, and best of luck with your support to this guidance and templates, in particular also to our countries in the region, in the Mediterranean region, and with regard to public transport measures and financing in the next round of NDCs. And we certainly will keep in touch, and we look forward as UFM Secretary to strengthen our collaboration, and in this particular as well, in how we support countries to implement the new round of NDCs. And let's now move to our interactive discussion. So I would invite Joe and Angel to the stage, and you can have the questions on the screen for people following online as well. So the first one is how do we assess the current level of ambition in NDCs, and how can their transport targets be increased? Let's start with Ju, for instance. How could rail contribute to this?
Absolutely. Thank you for inviting us to be here. We're very happy to share some of the work that we've done in partnership with UITP, with the PATH Coalition, as Philip was mentioning, and also for the great support that SLOCAT has always provided us as part of the sustainable transport community. For us, I think, yeah, obviously, rail. We all know we have like a little mantra that we like to say in the sustainability team at UIC, which is rail currently is transporting 7% of passengers and 8% of freight, but at 1.2% of emissions. So that's a really great opportunity that we see there to continue giving people that kind of connectivity, ensuring that they can access economic opportunities, that they have access to leisure, that they have all the great things that come with great transport, but without burdening our environment anymore. And so obviously we want to see that ambition, that potential reflected as ambition in NDCs and in policies in general. And in our analysis that we've done in the last year, we saw that about a quarter of NDCs that were released by then had a mention to rail, and that doesn't even speak to the quality of the mention. So sometimes they will say, you know, we want to see a modal shift to rail, from road to rail to reduce emissions, but it doesn't say why or how or any specific measure. And if we look for those specific measures, we see that only 10% of them actually have those actionable measures for a rail in NDCs. And so in that spirit, we and understanding that a big part of the conversation here at COP29 is the need for delivering the NDC 3.0, so the next generations of NDCs, which have to see an increase of reduction of emissions from the transport sector, as Philip mentioned, based on the first global stocktake. We prepared a little NDC template of our own. It's over there. I can share the QR code. But yeah, I think we have a set of measures that go through how countries can improve their rail targets in the NDCs. But I will leave here with a few examples. One of them is include existing national and local rail policies and projects that are not yet mentioned in NDCs. So we know that countries generally have, they will have rail plans or rail development plans in their countries, but they're just not connected to the climate policy. And that's a missed opportunity for you to show that, you know, there is action happening on the ground on that relates to reducing emissions in the transport sector. Earlier in this year, the Asian Transport Outlook did an analysis of the NDCs in the region, and it shows that 12 of the low and middle income countries have included railways in their railway-related targets in their transport policy documents, but only 2 of them have mentioned them in their NDCs. So there is a gap there that can be bridged. In addition to that, I think we can also we also want to see the inclusion of more specific policies and measurable targets with clear indicators on how that can be monitored. So improving the quality of these mentions of rail in NDCs. And then finally, we also see an opportunity in expanding the scope of climate action by integrating not only mitigation, which is what we see more often in those NDCs, but also how, see ambition around adaptation for rail, which is a big problem in a lot of countries around the world, and I'm sure it's a big issue for the countries, the hotspot areas that you mentioned in the Mediterranean basin. And finally, also just expanding on the scope of their sustainability goal.
Thank you, Joe. I understand there's a lot of work to be done. Well, the issues have been identified, but it's very timely that the NDCs are now being reviewed and all this can be incorporated. Angel, what would be your assessment and your thoughts regarding the transport targets in the second generation of NDCs? And what's in the new NDCs, the 3.0 NDCs, in terms of transport targets, and particularly public transport should be included.
Thanks so much, Francis, and also Drew for those insights on rail. I think before we start talking about the transport targets, we start with looking at the emissions that come from the transport sector itself. And the global emissions of the transport sector are heading overall in the wrong direction, right? I think one thing to talk about is also this discrepancy between what we see and what the data shows us, because obviously in the past few years, there's been a lot of important work and a lot of good progress in terms of creating these systems that facilitate us being able to reduce our emissions from the transport sector. But if you still look at the data, the transport sector is still heading in the wrong direction. And it's accounting for the fastest growing source of emissions in the world in terms of sector. The targets in the second generation of the NDCs have also made some progress since the first generation, but overall it's still lacking. And actually, in the first generation, the transport targets in NDCs have doubled, but it's still only 16% of overall the NDCs. And so, actually, I'm very lucky to share the stage here with Drew from UIC and also Philip from UITP, who are co-initiators of some very important work that we've been conducting at SLOCAT on this call to action to double the share of fuel-efficient and fossil-free transport, land transport by 2030. And one of the things that we did this year in order to support that call to action was this analysis on NDCs. And we found that even though 45% of the NDCs from the second generation make this reference, right, and reference in the sense that a very broad mention to investing in public transport and collective transport, including rail, safe walking and cycling and micromobility networks, it's still quite unclear. And in next generation of NDCs, in addition to these improved actions that you were highlighting in your presentation, Francis, we need to stress the importance of really shifting to, avoid shift approaches. So specifically setting targets for avoiding unnecessary motorized trips based on increasing the proximity and accessibility of things that we need to travel to, as well as shifting to less carbon intensive modes of travel. And so this would, I think, really help and direct and leverage investment needs and projects to where they need to be going in the next round of NDCs. And so we say that NDCs 3.0 need to take bold action to drastically reduce transport emissions, but as my other colleagues have reiterated in other sessions, aside from having this ambition, there also needs to be specificity and there needs to be comprehensiveness as well.
Thank you. We still have room for some questions from the audience here at the Mediterranean Pavilion. Would anyone like to react to what has been said so far? No? Then we will continue to the second question, which is how can long-term stable financing for high-quality public transport be ensured? Maybe we'll start with Angel this time. The question will be, what are your views about this need for increased transport financing in relation to the new NDCs? And what would be your key messages for boosting climate finance in the sector?
Thanks so much, Francis. Yes, raising ambition for transport in the next generation of NDCs, I think, goes hand in hand with securing the necessary funding. Right. So while transport receives around 29% of climate finance, there's still this huge gap of investment for transport among all the sectors. So I think that also makes it really important at this COP. We have the new collective quantified goal, or the NCQG, and this is a crucial opportunity to close the gap, and we hope to see some good progress in the outcomes of this COP. In addition to the analysis that we had on ambition for NDCs as a part of our call to action, we had also prepared 4 key messages for boosting climate finance and transport as well in preparation of COP29. And these 4 messages are: 1, to set an ambitious goal for climate finance that delivers on the first global stocktake. decision that was adopted last year during COP28. And then second, we have to boost financial flows for transport and engage with the key transport sectors, because we have to facilitate this collective work, because as Philip mentioned earlier, if kind of the different stakeholders work in silos, then nothing really ever gets done, or we don't see the change that we are trying to achieve. And third, prioritize an adequate response package for transport and also the lasting damage fund, which is a big focal point of this COP, a big component of this COP. And last but not least, it's to build momentum for stronger transport targets and actions.
Thank you. Thanks, Lan. Joe, which are or could be, if you can give some examples, the potential financing instruments or mechanisms that would support this? Could you just give some examples?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that I think we have to think through it very comprehensively. There is no one-size-fits-all answer to this question. I think everyone would say, like, we need all the money that we can get to deliver on the transport needs that, that allows us to live our best lives. But one of the things that we've been doing a deep dive in at UIC is exploring the potential of carbon credit markets for the rail sector. So really looking into how, and this is specifically for low and middle income countries who can benefit from Article 6 within the Paris Agreement, which sets up the internationally transferable mitigation outcomes ITMO markets, both in terms of bilateral trade or as in a multilateral market. And so we know that there are experiences of rail operators in the past that have benefited from being able to demonstrate that there was a modal shift from a more emitting mode of transport to rail, and then based on that modal shift, and prove the avoided emissions from that, and then sell that to in carbon credit markets. And but those experiences are very few. The methodologies exist from the previous CDM, the Clean Development Mechanism under the Kyoto Protocol, but they are now being negotiated again for Article 6 at a better quality. And obviously at UIC we want to see those CDM methodologies be transferred and used in the context of Article 6, because they can generate great revenue for railway companies. We are working, we're developing a paper that will actually come out tomorrow. We'll bring examples of cities and other projects that have estimated the potential that can be generated from the carbon credit sales revenue, which obviously is not enough to build a new line, but it's significant amount of money that comes with quote unquote no strings attached, in that there is no interest rate that comes in the form of a grant. So this is money that can be dedicated to supporting, continuing, offering better services, maintenance, operation, just general operations of the service. So so yeah, this is one of the things that we are exploring at UIC.
Thank you, sir. Again, if there are any questions from the floor, yes. Lucy, need a mic?
Yeah, hi. Yeah, it's really interesting to hear the discussion today. And I guess from a Mediterranean point of view, perhaps from the UFO, I'd really hear your reflections of what you've... I'm a bit too far away. Just so you can hear, I'm just interested to hear your reflections on maybe what's been stopping some of the countries that you're working in getting more involved in the NDC process. Your transport ministers you talk to, are they getting involved in the NDC process? What might help them to do that? And maybe these templates, are they useful? Are they not? So I guess it'd be interesting to know your impressions from that, and also on the Article 6 piece. Like, is this something that you think your transport ministers know about? That sustainable transport projects could benefit from these kind of carbon credits, and how they might, what kind of assistance they might need to take advantage of these opportunities?
Thank you, Lucy. Maybe what we realized from our exchanges with our Mediterranean member states during our policy dialogue meetings is basically that they are at different starting situations. So we cover from, let's say, from Mauritania, so all North African countries, and then all Middle East countries as well, and then Western Balkans and Turkey, as I said. So you can imagine that the situations are very different, and part of our region is now undergoing a very dire situation because of the war in Gaza, and so cooperation is not in its best moment, so to say. But anyhow, there are some countries who have really raised their ambition. I can speak, for instance, of Morocco, and linking its transport policies to climate action. And this is an example to follow for other countries. So I know we are in a hurry. We have no time left in order to fulfill with the climate goals, but we are starting to introduce this link with climate in the transport policies, and not only public transport, because we also work under all transport sectors, so maritime transport and aviation have now their goals. UN agencies for aviation and for maritime transport have now new strategic goals for decarbonization and reduction of greenhouse gases. But for public transport in particular, there are some good examples, and we will use our convening power in our regional policy dialogues to exchange these good practices and to have new countries just join the club of the ones who are performing well in terms of NDCs and including transport in their NDCs.
Yeah, hi, my name is Sakari Puisto, Member of Parliament of Finland, and I would like to ask about the Article 6, the mitigation that I just don't know, but could you please give me a kind of ballpark that what kind of revenue lines are we talking there in the carbon credit transactions?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the numbers of like how much each project has generated like on the top of my head, but I can share the study once it's published. But essentially, when we're talking about voluntary markets, the prices that they usually say is something around like $5 or $15 per ton of carbon of CO2. Whereas for the bilateral agreements, that price goes up significantly. So we think that it might be in a range of like $15 to $40 per ton of CO2. Yeah, so it's significantly more, and so yeah, and then it depends on the volume of carbon credits that are generated. Yeah, and I thought, well, for national offsetting markets, I think that the price can range even more. But yeah, that's the order of magnitude that we are looking into. Yeah.
What about the market size?
You mean like what's the potential? Well, I think that's something that we will need to see, and I think it will be important to follow the negotiations here at COP29 to see how they are going, because on the beginning of the meeting, we just saw that there was an agreement on having 6.4, so the multilateral market under oversight of the UN. But how that's gonna shape up, I think that's the next steps, right? Like what that operationalizing is gonna look like. So. To be seen.
Can we have an extra mic?
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. I was wondering, if we look at the differences between the Global North and the Global South, we have in the Global North transport systems that already have a diversified network of different modes, where with maybe a feature of path dependency when it comes to decarbonization, because you already have the different modes. I was wondering, which is difficult. It's different from the Global South, where, for example, in Ethiopia, Slokat had a study showing that a new freight corridor really gave new opportunities. Also because there was no real alternative on the road. How differently do you approach these dynamics, Global South versus Global North, in your outreach with the NDC templates?
Sure, yes, I can share. Slokat hasn't developed its own NDC template per se, but the magic of working as a partnership is that we get to collect the templates of our partners. And so, namely, this question is amazing because it's a very important thing to consider, and bringing up that point that aside from the middle corridor, a lot of other modes of transport in the Global South are generally considered as informal transport or popular transport, and there is this major gap in tracking that data in itself. But we have a template developed by GIZ, the Global Network for Popular Transport and Transport for Cairo, specifically on popular transport. And so we'd invite you to check that out. It's available on our webpage under the NDCs library that we've put together, also as another part of this call to action to double the share of fossil-free land transport by 2030. But there's already a plethora of really significant resources that can address these gaps.
Okay, so thank you very much to the audience for these very relevant questions. And now we will move to our final question, which is about recommendations. So it's, as we look forward to 2030 COP, what would be the key recommendations to raise the level of climate ambition in the transport sector? Maybe we'll start with you this time.
Sure. I will be quick because I know we are at time. But yeah, first of all, I think we've been talking about all these NDCs, but what good is it if no one uses it, right? So we definitely want to see them being picked up and customized to the reality of each country, and we want to see more ambition on transport in that in the next round of NDCs. And obviously, all of our organizations are here to support these countries in developing these targets and going that step further. And then second of all, I think this is a point that we haven't discussed much in this conversation, but obviously invest in capacity building. So making sure that locally there is capacity to engage in these processes and ensure that they can grow. I think one of the things that I heard from the Ministry of Cities in Brazil last week when I was at the World Urban Forum is that, even though there were all these granting funding opportunities provided by federal government to cities in infrastructure projects, they actually had to deny a lot of them because the quality of the project wasn't there. And so how do we work with the cities as well to support them in building that capacity to improve, to offer better projects so that they can capitalize on that climate finance that's going around as well. And that's especially true in the transport sector. And then finally, explore these climate financing mechanisms, because we know that public transport and rail sector will need that to be able to continue offering that connectivity at low emissions.
Okay. Angel, what would be your recommendations?
I'll try to be lightning fast, but it's really great that Slokat had the opportunity to build on the existing key recommendations that we had already for NDCs and raising ambition for the transport sector. But we got an opportunity to work with UN ETCAP as well as the high volume transport applied research program in support with the Asian Transport Outlook and Asian Development Bank, and we got to look into the regional specificity to build on these recommendations. And between those sets of recommendations, if I could only share a few of them with you, I would say that prioritizing the expansion and improvement of public transport systems, as well as walking and cycling infrastructure, is one of those key recommendations that we have in supporting the modal shifts and supporting the comprehensive aspects of the ASI framework of alleviating our focus on the improved measures and really going into the avoid shift ones. And then second is tracing the ambitious yet achievable national pathways for transport emissions mitigation by setting specific targets, timelines, and actions across short, medium, and long term. So to have like a very big scope of what your trajectory is and what the goal is for all freight and passenger transport modes and subsectors. And I think something that I've heard iterated in events throughout the year is that freight is often looked as this neglected child of transport. And so having that comprehensive outlook and involving both of those modes of transport is really important. And then third is to set specific targets for transport carbon dioxide emissions reductions by 2035 that are aligned with the goal of limiting global warming to the 1.5 degrees Celsius supported by transport measures, of course. And then last but not least is shifting the finance towards low carbon and resilient transport priorities to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies and phase out internal combustion engines with a set time frame. 4 recommendations I could share out of the many.
Thank you very much. And now we'll reach really our wrap-up time, so it's good that we have these takeaways. I noted 7 altogether. Maybe I will add a couple of them. So first would be just this using these new NDC templates that are being put together by different transport organizations that should help support countries in this exercise. You have all the QR codes for the UIC templates. Philip before also shared the QR codes for the UITP templates. So all other organizations are also preparing their templates for the different transport modes. So that should be a great help in preparing the new round of NDCs. Second, capacity building. We haven't really mentioned this, but that would be really important. I know the UITP NDC template also mentions capacity buildings, and one of the actions really important on the way forward. Explore climate financing mechanisms. That would be the third takeaway. Fourth one, prioritizing the public transport system plus walking and cycling, so the active mobility walks, and also this establishing these national pathways also in terms of targets, timelines, and actions for the short, mid, and long term. That would be the fifth takeaway. The sixth one would be also setting specific targets for CO2 emission reduction. That's being more specific. That's as mentioned several times during our conversation today, and linking maybe even already existing transport initiatives and projects to climate actions, and then include them in the NDCs. That's because some countries are already working on public transport initiative, but this is not reflected in the NDC. That should be also something needed for the next round. And then this seventh takeaway would be on this shift to low carbon transport, and to eliminate the fossil fuel subsidies, and to phase out the combustion engines. That is the seventh takeaway. Would be maybe add one more. We haven't, because we didn't have time, included it in our conversation, but at some point we should start also speaking about adaptation, because most of these measures are targeting mitigation, but adaptation in our region, especially being a hotspot, the climate hotspot, that would be very important, impacting on transport infrastructures, also on public transport infrastructure in the future. So the NAPs, the national adaptation plans, will be also something to be considered in depth in the future. also because in case of emergency because of these extreme weather events, transport is impacted, but transport is also, and public transport in particular, is mostly needed in order to help these emergency situations. So that's really critical. So thank you very much. Maybe I give you the floor once more if you want just to send one key message in a nutshell to our audience to conclude. So this.
I'll let our beautiful flyers say it all for me. Just go read our templates. That's my message.
Hello. Okay, I think, yeah. Aside from using the templates, also check out our NDCs library, which has resources aside from templates, but also guidance and recommendations. And there you can also see the evolving work of our many, many different partners across different modes, and see what resources can be also shared with your relevant networks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks again. And as I said to Philippe, just looking forward also very much to strengthen our collaboration with UIC and SLOCAT in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you can support us and join the meeting, please, would be appreciated. So, please, to the stage. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine.
How is it?
The same order. Yeah, that's fine. You can sit here. Okay. Please. Good afternoon, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and colleagues. Welcome here in the COP29 and also virtually in the Mediterranean Pavilion with our side event. It's a great honor to welcome you today to our side event, Integration of Climate Action at the local and regional levels in the Mediterranean region, organized by the Union for the Mediterranean in collaboration with the Association of Regions of Morocco. The Mediterranean region stands at a critical juncture. It is one of the regions most vulnerable to climate change, facing recent temperatures, water scarcity, and extreme weather events that threaten ecosystems, economies, and communities. Yet, it is also a region of extraordinary resilience and innovation indeed, with local and regional governments uniquely positioned to lead the charge of implementing effective climate solutions. Today's session is about action. We are here to tackle present questions. So the three questions that will guide our discussion today basically are how we can integrate climate, energy, and planning to strengthen regional collaboration and cooperation in the climate action agenda, and also what tools, resources, and strategies from our partners today with us that can do in the local governments and need to bridge the gap between planning and implementation. How can cross-border collaboration within the Mediterranean unlock greater opportunities for innovation, impact, and finance? Our discussion will focus on practical, actionable solutions to these challenges, highlighting best practices and fostering partnerships to pave the way for a more resilient Mediterranean. To guide us in this dialogue, we are joined by an exceptional panel of speakers. We have online with us Mr. Gramenos Mastrogeni, Senior Deputy Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, who will provide open insights into regional collaboration for climate action. We have with us Her Excellency Mrs. Mbarka Bouaida, President of the Association of the Regions of Morocco and President of the region of Gelmi Mouadnoun, a visionary leader who will share her experience in empowering regional authorities in Morocco. Also, we have with us Mrs. Nehmet Kour, I hope I pronounce your name correctly, Director of Subnational Governments at the Under 2 Coalition, who will bring a global perspective on mobilizing subnational governments for climate action. And Mr. Leo Bajanaro, head of the Catalan Office for Climate Change, who will share impactful case study demonstrating the power of local solutions to address these global challenges. So let's dive into this session, starting with our first speaker, Mrs. Mbarka Bouaida, the President of Association of the Region, who will share her expertise on empowering regions and integrating climate action for a resilient Mediterranean. The floor is yours, Mr. President, Madam President.
Well, thank you very much, Hatim, for your presentation, and thank you. I would like to, through you, to thank the Union for the Mediterranean for this collaboration, and of course Under2 Coalition and the members of Under2 Coalition here present with us for organizing all of us this side event. Of course, I guess I might speak about Moroccan experience in what regions are doing and how we can involve regions in climate change issues and climate change strategy. As you may know, Morocco is a very active partner in terms of sustainable development and in terms of national and international and integrating international strategies for climate change. We've been, His Majesty has fixed very high ambitions. First one was to achieve 52% of renewable energy used by 2050, and Morocco is committed to achieve in terms of NDC 45% of reduction in emission of gas. So these are like the big lines and the big highlights coming from the national strategy of Morocco. But of course, regions, and we have 12 regions in Morocco from the north to the south, we are fully committed to this ambition. And not only that, I think we are fully committed to go through sustainable development, since we live this climate change and we are very aware about the necessity to face the challenges related to climate change, and of course in first line it's the water scarcity. So what are we doing as regions? First of all, when we talk about our competences, we are in charge of the territorial planification. So it is important for us, as responsible of the planification of the territorial planification, to include the climate change for our vision, for our strategy, and to see how we can address these challenges at the local and at the territorial level. And why we are in charge of this? Because we need to stabilize our population. We need to give answers to our populations. And of course, we need to develop our territories. And second one is from our competences. We are in charge with the central government to the management of the water and management of natural resources. So it is a part of our duty. And of course, the third reason why we are very committed to international strategies on climate change is because we are also responsible about the local economic development. So since that, and based on these three main reasons, we have developed first our long-term vision. We have developed our national climate plans, and especially our territorial climate plans, that we have declined the national climate plan into 12 territorial climate plans. And of course, we have integrated in our development, our regional development plans, several projects related to climate change. So yes, we are fully committed. Yes, we can be an added value to the international community. Yes, we are looking for best practices. And yes, we are facing also different challenges to decline our projects.
Thank you so much, Madam Mrs. President Mbarka Bouaida, President of the Association of the Regions of Morocco. I have just one quick question to you, maybe it can be important to our attendees virtually and physically here at the COP29. You are President of the Association of the Regions that bring 12 presidents of the regions, 12 regions, 12 ambitious actions and on the local ground. You are trying to advocate and mobilize in the international community and the local level also. What kind of challenges you are facing to do that?
Well,
it's not easy.
Yes, it's not easy. First, we have started last year within the Association of Regions by creating a permanent committee, permanent environment committee. So the idea about having creating this Environment Committee is to develop a know-how and also to bring together all the different examples and different models from the 12 regions of Morocco and see how we can help and what we can do. Second thing is we have joined last year the Under2 Coalition network, and I think it's a very good basis for us for exchange and for training and also to answer to our questions. And the third point, which is important and where the Association of Regions is also trying to play a role, is to help the regions of Morocco to find funds.
Exactly.
It is really important because we cannot face the climate change challenges if we don't have funds. So we are trying to find funds. Second, to understand what the international community is offering in terms of climate financing. And third, to see how we can deploy it at the regional level, taking into account Moroccan legislation, taking into account also our limited resources, financial
thank you so much for this insights. It's indeed important to emphasize and to say congratulations, to bring the local to the international community and try to bring also the international resources to a local level, which is indeed for Morocco. We have with us Mr. Mastrogini as the Senior Deputy Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean. You have been instrumental in advancing regional collaboration on climate action. Could you share with us the UFM approach to integrating climate, energy and planning across the Mediterranean? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me well. First of all, let me apologize. Actually, I am on remote, but just a few kilometers away today. I'm a little bit exposed, so also my apologies to those that I have to meet in person, but there will be opportunities. I've heard a part of what has been said. And I would like to start with what is the UFM, because it's a quite difficult organization to understand, one of a kind. What we do, normally we do some things, but more than doing, we make things up. It means that we put together the geometry of different subjects that are able to have something happen in the real world. This way, in the last few years, we have mobilized almost 6 billion euros in interventions, and we didn't put the money. We just put together the people, the entities, the cities, the regions, the finance, the governments that could together have these things happen. We're talking about regions, and this we have interiorized something that we have learned as convening power, which is multi-stakeholder, multi-level. There is a complementarity. If it's up to the state to coordinate, it is not in the nature of the state to be really primary actor of sustainability. Yes, of course, there are some hyper projects, like, I don't know, we launched here at the SCOP the project of building a unified energy system for the region centered on renewables. This, of course, has a role for local authorities, but it's a national and supranational plan. But then the real changes happen within a container that has a technical name, which is called a concrete territory. What is a concrete territory? It's a place where a certain ecosystem expressed a certain kind of society with its balances and economic solutions. Now, a concrete territory doesn't have a standard size. If you take the United States, you take a place called the Midwest, it's huge. But it's still one concrete territory because it's a certain kind of economy that expresses the uniform potential of a certain territory. But if you get in our region, we are much more fragmented. This is due to history, this is due to orography. Our concrete territories could be very, very small. For instance, in my country, you have a concrete territory that is 400 meters by 500. So this narrow handkerchiefs of land, it's the only place where you can make it, so it has its own characterization. So apparently it seems impossible to mobilize coherently the actors of renewing in a constructive way territories that are so different. But we have a big advantage here. Take what the so-called New World. It had its own traditional, we can call administrative solution, but then there was a new one which was superposed to it, and that it was geographically delimited in a quite artificial way. Some new countries have boundaries which are straight lines, which were traced one day on a certain table. So they don't really correspond with the peculiarities of the territory. What happened in our region is that concrete territories not only expressed a certain economy, a certain culture, but they also expressed their administration. If you say Athens, you don't talk about an artificial concept that was decided on a table some time ago. You talk about 5,000 years of reasons why this is Athens, and I think we can say the same for Rabat, we can say the same for Siena, and this gives us a huge strength. So it is one of the priorities of our policy to mobilize these units that exist. They are natural and they are already endowed with the administrative power to make things move. We believe that they are absolutely complementary to a regional and national action. Sustainability is how you handle a certain urban park, how many trees you put in a certain street. Summing up all these choices well done, you end up having an innovation which is quantitatively much more important than any single technological advancement project or process advancement project that can be done on the large scale. Now, the problem that we see is mobilizing finance. In the sense that, we are in a COP that talks about money with, I think, the wrong impression that there is no money found. Actually, there's a lot of money, even private money. We are in front of the largest portfolio shift in history. Beginning of the century, the great investors had less than 1% in their portfolio in ESG investments. Today is around 28%. The declared intention is to make it grow up to 60% in 5 years. It means that even private sector, forget about what's being more directly negotiated in the scope, is very much willing to inject money into this beautiful transformation. But this money is organized in a way that only big actors can plug into it. Access systems are complicated. Actually, to be a little bit more technical, we have big project gaps. For very small projects, there is a quite well-developed system of so-called microfinance. For large projects, there is all the classical financing, all the novelties brought about with sustainability. But the sum of projects that can really change the world, they are lost between these two gaps. They range from up to 10,000 euros microfinance, and then it becomes reasonable, hard as it is, to plug into ordinary finance when you start talking about 200,000. But most of these projects that can really change the world, because they change field by field, they are in this lost range between 20,000 and 180,000. And this is one problem. The other problem is that the potential beneficiaries of this money, which is around, lack the preparation. Finance is not for everyone. It is hyper-complex. So this is my occasion to relaunch, and insist on a concept that we are very keen on. We have been working on it, but it hasn't yet taken off. If I were Martin Luther King and I'm not, I would say I have a dream. And my dream is a program which would really cost very low, but which would transform our region and could transform the world. A program of basic financial literacy for middle-ranking clerks of local authority and CSO. Empower them to understand the basics of finance, help finance build a segment that covers the real needs, and maybe we will do much more than what we can do by increasing the amount of money that on the different places, because there is so much money around that wants to be invested, but is not. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mastrogiani, for your insightful remarks. You have given us a strong foundation to build on, emphasizing the importance of regional collaboration and tools necessary to empower local actors. And I think also there is some emphasis from Madame Bouaida and also from you, Mr. Garmenos, on the climate finance and how can we get access with the support for that regions on a local ground. Next, I'm delighted to introduce Mrs. Nehmet Kaur, Director of Subnational Governments at the Under 2 Coalition. Mrs. Kaur will share her perspective on how subnational governments can mobilize for fast, effective and equitable climate action. Over to you, Mrs. Kaur.
Thank you, Hatem. Hi, everyone. Like Hatem said, I'm Nehmet Kaur. I am Director of the Under 2 Coalition at Subnational Governments at Climate Group. I want to start with a little anecdote or a little story to basically communicate why this conversation is so important. So I'm based in London, in the Climate Group's headquarters, and this morning my husband woke up and he told me it's snowing in London. And it's not supposed to snow in London in November. Now, as beautiful as snow is, it is an extreme weather pattern that London should not be experiencing at this point. And if London is, sort of experiencing such extreme weather, we can only imagine what some of the most vulnerable regions of the world, especially around the Mediterranean, sort of become so vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So I do want to thank the Mediterranean Union as well as the Association of Regions of Morocco for hosting this important conversation. Now, sort of the question speaks to the role of local and subnational governments. We obviously think that there is a big role for local and subnational governments to play. Why do we think that? Because regional governments are at the front lines of fighting the climate crisis. I really say that they are the first responders to the climate emergency and are keenly attuned to the needs and the vulnerabilities of the local population, which is why subnational governments are really appropriate to lead the climate resilience agenda in the Mediterranean region. But I wanted to share some examples of what subnational governments are doing from across our coalition that can be really brought in, sort of the coalitions that, like the Mediterranean Climate Action Partnership, etc., to think about solutions that will help some of the vulnerable regions to address this crisis. So, you started with a really good question, Hatib, which is how do we mainstream climate action across different planning agendas. So in our experience, sort of many subnational governments are already embedding their own climate goals into their broader development framework. Mrs. Bouaida just talked about the fact that, sort of climate needs to be addressed while developing the needs of the industry, while, developing the people. The economic development cannot be a second priority. It is the top priority. And I feel like climate action and economic development are not at odds with each other. For example, Bavaria in Germany, obviously Germany is a really rich country. Bavaria has successfully incorporated their climate resilience strategy into agriculture, water management, and infrastructure sectors. So the lens with which planning needs to be approached is always the climate resilience lens. And this multi-sectoral approach ensures that, sort of their climate objectives are interwoven with the rest of climate governance. Climate governance is governance now. They're not two separate things. The second thing is that subnational governments can also develop ambitious and data-driven plans. To give you an example, California, which is also a member of the Mediterranean Climate Action Partnership, which Leo would talk about, so no spoilers. California's climate action net framework includes a robust inventory of greenhouse gas emissions and their climate risks, which informs their long-term goal of carbon neutrality by 2045. Similarly, in KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa, there is a localized climate risk mapping which helps KwaZulu-Natal prioritize its adaptation intervention. The third thing that subnational governments can do is engage stakeholders, because subnational governments have lots of local institutions, local banks, financial institutions in the region that can also engage. So Catalonia, for example, will engage, and Leo, again, I will not give too many spoilers, but just say that Catalonia involves local communities, businesses, and NGOs in its climate planning process and ensures that there are resulting plans that are grounded in local realities and widely supported. This model could be particularly helpful for Mediterranean regions with diverse socioeconomic dynamics, which is why Catalonia has championed MCAP. And finally, this is where I come in. Subnational governments can also leverage peer learning through networks such as the Under 2 Coalition. So just to give an example, Scotland has a just transition framework. And that just transition framework can be really beneficial to the Mediterranean regions to see how Scotland is approaching it, to see, while building their climate adaptation resilience, how some of the communities make sure that they are not left behind and the transition is just and equitable. So I think those are just some of the examples I wanted to share from the network, and happy to answer more questions as well. Thanks, Hatem.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Kaur, for sharing such as practical strategies and lessons from the global landscape regarding the Under 2 Coalition. It's clear that the Mediterranean can draw inspiration from these experiences to accelerate its climate action goals. Finally, I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Leo Pajanero. Pajanero? No?
Bejarano, yeah.
Pajarano. Head of the Catalan Office for Climate Change. Mr. Pajarano will present impactful case study, which is Catalonia, demonstrating how local solutions can address global challenges. And just for information, the headquarters of Union for the Mediterranean is located in Catalonia. So indeed, there is a strong connection between the Mediterranean, the Union for the Mediterranean, and the Catalonia respect.
Thanks, everyone. Hi, Salam alaikum, and hola. And thanks for the Union for the Mediterranean and the Morocco regions to invite us here. It's really a pleasure. And I would say really in a practical way and short way, because these side events are always long, a lot of ideas, that the integration of the policies between energy, food systems, is all about three instruments. One is more like legal or planning. We have a renewable energies plan that is embedded with the adaptation plan, our national strategy for adaptation, and we link both plan. They are not working separately. This is really a key, but also with urban planning and food systems planning. All strategies has kind of goals together, and we interlocate between us. When we plan adaptation, we work with the colleagues of agriculture, we work with energy units, and as a regional government, we have commissions, formal commissions, to interact between us, and we work with each other. This is the high level, but then on the daily instruments, we have, for example, a really powerful public agency. We call it La Energética, means the energy company. It's not really original, the name, but it really works hard to build up finance on implement a renewable energy model in our region, and that really works. And it works because we have a third instrument really interesting, that is the carbon taxes. We take money from we have a change law, regional climate change law since 2017 that creates 3 taxes, one from cars, another from industries, another from big, huge ships for our ports. And with this money we invest, is a finalist tax, and we take this money from carbon taxes to advance in climate action. And of course, renewable energies is one of the issues. Then, Nemat told a bit already, we are really working in a ACE program, local, well, regional ACE program, to encourage people, private sector, to work together for climate action. And this is really also really important, because, for example, we have a program of promoting energy communities, you know, producing renewable energy, but not from governments, not from private sectors, but the population itself. They organize and they create communities, and they produce their own energy, renewable. Mainly in Catalonia is solar, photovoltaic, and wind energy projects. And that really works, because you create awareness while you are producing energy, and you reduce let's say, like barriers, because sometimes people say, oh, yeah, renewable energy. We are really a crowded country. We are really a small area. We are just the opposite of her. We are really a small area with a lot of people. We are 8 million people in Barcelona, probably you know, is a crowded city. And then we have really a lack of space, you know, and we have to put industry, we have to preserve biodiversity, and we have to produce energy, and we have to have land for crops, and you know, we are so crowded there, and you really make a equity, yeah. We need to make like big agreements, no? That's the key, big agreements with private sector, with public, with the population, with the NGOs, and of course governmental and local authorities and the state.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pajarano, for those concrete examples of innovative climate action. Your work in Catalonia provides an inspiring, let me say, blueprint for other regions in the Mediterranean and beyond. But let me just ask a question to Mrs. the President, Madame Bouaida, because I am keen to push that the association of the regions can collaborate in the Mediterranean region. So my question, how you see that the association of the region, and also you are coming from a region important in the Kingdom of Morocco with a lot of potential, how you see we can promote this for a strong partnership with other Mediterranean regions or countries in addressing shared climate challenges? Because I'm sure that even in Catalonia or Morocco, Gelmim, Sicily, other cities, there is shared common challenges that are facing our region. How we can address that through the association of the region?
Yes, thank you, Hatim, for this good and important question. I think it's really important what we can bring as association in terms of cooperating, for example, with the Mediterranean Union. Because, as I said before, we are sharing first our experiences as Moroccan regions. I come from a region where the GDP per capita is probably the lowest one in Morocco, and probably is one of the driest region in Morocco. So we are really, facing the big challenges of water scarcity, but at the same time challenges of unemployment, and we need to find solutions. And the idea we had was to say, well, okay, we need to give an objective to our population. We need to give them a hope about the future, and we need to fix objectives, long-term objectives. So we did like a retro planning, and we wanted to position our region as a hub for renewable energies and also for green hydrogen. And of course, starting from that, we can think about how the integration can be done and how we can take profit from this vision to address water issues and to address agriculture issues, because it's about food security. As you said before, I like the way my colleagues talks about the example and the actions that Catalonia is doing. And in fact, it is an integrated planification. It's not one department planification, but it's transversal planification. It's about food, it's about water, it's about energy, it's about economy, and all at the same level. So yes, we can bring a lot of, I think, energy to the Mediterranean Union, first through our experience. We have some regions like Tangier, who is more or less leading now in terms of climate change. They even open a climate, what they call Maison du Climat, climate house in Tangier. They hold the MedCop in Tangier twice, and they're continuing. There is, there is a good involvement of local, regional government or institutions with local and regional NGOs. It's everybody is totally committed. We are also very interested in one aspect or two aspects. First one is how to bring climate finance to our regions. And I really like the idea about carbon taxes. I know that there is a legal aspect which is very important to have local carbon taxes, but it's a necessity that we need to look at, and I think the Association of Regions can play a role. We can, with the Mediterranean Union, with the Under-2 coalition, I think united we can find these solutions, and we can probably succeed in implementing this solution. Second, the other aspect is let's say, the transfer of know-how and how to develop local competences. It is very important. We do not have local competences, so and we need to train people. We need to get them see experiences, and it's not something that we had already. We have to build it. It's a capacity building system that we need to have locally and regionally, and I think that the Association of Regions is very aware of it, and we will and we want to work with you on this also.
I don't want to put you in the spot, Mrs. the President, but I have last point that is critical, I think, for our discussion, since in the Union for the Mediterranean we believe in no woman, no panel. I think also in the regions of Morocco we have a woman president of the regions, one of the southern regions. How you see this, maybe from a gender equality perspective in terms of climate action locally? You are one of the leaders, and being president as a woman, it's something huge, I think.
Listen, I'm glad to see that finally the world understood the role of women in addressing climate change issues. It is important. We know that most of the population who are really suffering from climate change issues are women. And nowadays in countries like mine, in Morocco, and especially in rural area, women are very aware of climate change, and they are really supporting different initiatives to find water, to reduce the use of water, to reuse the water. So there is a great awareness, and I think that gender equality is not only like a headline, but it's a reality that we need to promote, we need to encourage, and it will have a very strong added value if we all understand it, and of course involve much more women in decision making, especially when it comes to policies, public policies, local, regional policies regarding to climate change.
Thank you so much, Mrs. President Barka, for this insightful contribution. Yeah, indeed, capacity building, climate finance, gender equality are all some instruments that can contribute in achieving climate agenda action on the local, regional level. I came back to Mrs. Nehmet with a question, because, yeah, the Under-2 coalition are very active, but my question is, how can the Mediterranean regions benefit from the Under-2 coalition's resources, expertise to accelerate the pathways toward carbon neutrality? I think this is one of the questions that how we can create that dialogue and that platform between the regions.
Absolutely, and Madam Boida has already kind of outlined what could be the benefit of this dialogue. But just to kind of reflect on our experience from the Under 2 Coalition so far, on the Mediterranean regions and building their resilience, I think there are, sort of 4 or 5 key opportunities that I wanted to highlight. One is tailored technical assistance. Madam Boida just talked about the need to build local competencies. So I think through the Under 2 Coalition network, there is a huge wealth of solutions, lessons, failures that can all be shared with the Mediterranean regions. And, one misconception that everyone has is that Mediterranean regions are only around the Mediterranean Sea. South Australia is a Mediterranean region. Western Cape in South Africa is a Mediterranean region. California is a Mediterranean region. So there is so much that can be shared from across different parts of the world. So, sort of we can offer practical tools. Second is knowledge exchange. So the coalition also organizes peer learning knowledge exchange. So, through webinar series, through workshops, through different mechanisms, we have helped share lessons on things like just transition, etc. And I think we can follow a similar model for the Mediterranean regions as well. Third is advocating for direct access to climate finance. This week, we are hoping to arrive at a new collective quantified goal on finance. Our lobby or our advocacy group needs to make sure that subnational governments can access that money. Availability, accessibility, and affordability of money is absolutely critical. So that is something that we would definitely like to pursue. Fourth is supporting regional collaboration, so cross-border initiatives across Europe, Latin America, the Andean regions, the Nordic countries. Mediterranean regions could also adopt similar collaborations for shared challenges and territorial equity, like Madam Boida talked about. So, sort of that's something that can happen. And then, most importantly, the progress that's being made by these regions needs to be showcased globally at platforms like COP and Climate Week NYC. We have to share our story so that our challenges are well understood and solutions can be found through a multi-stakeholder dialogue. So those are the kind of 5 points that I would put forward.
Thank you so much for this kind of the opportunities that we can collaborate on. But from that message of hope, I will move to Mr. Liu to ask him about the region of Catalonia enforcing, or let me say, using some tools to do that spatial planning. How this kind of tools can be used by Catalonia and can be duplicated in other regions of the Mediterranean to have this successful model that already Catalonia has.
Okay. Well, first of all, I would like to highlight that what Nemat explains is absolutely true. We are in Under 2 and we are really happy to be there, and now we are starting a project about green budgets, no? How to mobilize money for the climate action, and it's really, they do really a good job, and we are really glad to be in there. Okay, now I go to my question. Okay, I would say as a principal instrument that it worked for us doesn't mean that it works for every region, because every region has his reality, no? In economics, in social, we are really different, but we have things in common. For example, as the Prime Minister say, we have competence with the states, no? That we need more sovereignty in making rules, laws, and this sometimes is common in all regions in the world. But other things are different. I will explain what we work for us. First of all, we make a regulation, kind of law, to accelerate, to make it less bureaucracy, to help private, social, any investment on renewables and spatial planning fast. You know, we need to run. I mean, the effects of the climate change are already here. You saw the images 1 month ago, less, 3 weeks ago in Valencia, close to my region, that lots of people died because of flows. floods, and we have to act. It's not an option to not act. Maybe it's a political option for some countries, but not for the planet. We need really to get the net zero as soon as possible. Then this really works. We make a law, and then when you make a law to accelerate the implementing of renewable energies, people get safe. The private sector that has the money to invest, they get security and say, okay, this is a real business, I can get money from it, and is a public objective. That really works for us. And then the other is enhancing the habitants, you know, make awareness of this need in all sectors, social, environmental, economical, agricultural, all sectors that we have to work together for this transition. And there is no time to lose. And I don't know, campaigns. We make a citizens' assembly, you know, to open this issue, no, to the normal citizen. No, we had 100 people coming from supermarkets, from different jobs, not related to climate action, to raise awareness. No, they say, come on, this is here. We show them the results, the data, and they say, come on, this is really true. And they make proposals. They make 45 proposals for the government, and the government took in account, and now they are studying how to implement the proposals from kind of direct democracy, you know, the citizens making suggestions, you know, making proposals to the government. And this makes really awareness of the population about the challenge we have in front. I will say this too as a best practice case study.
Exactly. Moving from the slogan "Leave no one behind," I will open the floor to questions from the audience. Please raise your hand if you have a question, and kindly state your name and organization before we ask in, and we will give only maximum 2 questions since we are running out of the time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your presentation and your experiences. I'm Dunya Khouri. I'm founder and president of Women Association in Deir al-Ahmar in the Bekaa of Lebanon. And I am also representing the Weekend Initiative of the FAO, which is an initiative to support the women of the South and to bring the women in the COP to raise the voice, because really we need it. We speak about the gender. I've been participating in the COP 15, speaking about the gender action plan, which is supporting women in decision making and all the technology, and we make recommendations. That's what we are speaking about, because really we need the women in climate action. And I'm here as NGO, but I feel that really I have to come back and to be a decision maker, because we have to planify. We don't have really, we have, you know, the situation is very bad, and we have the war and very, very bad, well, very bad circumstances, but we are thinking of the future, because we have our kids, we have our small kids, so we have to move. And I'm really very happy to meet you and to learn about experience, and I need to go over to learn more, to build a bridge between Catalonia, between Morocco, and with you, please. So I would like to have more information and to have your planification, because it's very quickly now. So we have, if you can have any written and your experience too, and with you too. So please, let's keep in touch and make the network. Okay, thank you for your invitation to be part of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your question. And to kick things off, I have one question in 1 minute to the speaker to summarize our discussion and also to answer the question. What do you think, from your position and also from your knowledge, what immediate steps the Mediterranean region should prioritize to strengthen their resilience to climate impacts in these hard times, like what was happened in Valencia and other regions?
The first is to ensure that plans take in account the new conditions. I mean, the world we knew is not here anymore, and a new world is coming. Let's prepare our territory, our economies, and everything to these new conditions, these climate new scenarios. Otherwise, we will take a lot of damage and losses. as you saw in Valencia 3 weeks ago?
So immediate this week, let's make sure that the NCQG can be accessed by local and regional governments. Slightly less immediate, I would say, is your new development plans are your climate plans. They're the same thing, so bring them together.
I would say maybe immediately I would talk about solidarity. I think it's really important between Mediterranean countries and Mediterranean members. Second, I would say sensibilization or awareness about the new world that we are living in already. So I think it's really important, in fact, to know that things has completely changed. And third thing is, while the whole world is waiting for the COP resolutions, maybe we can, as members, work easily and fast on financing. I think it's the key. It's the key success for any actions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers for their insights and to our audience online and here at COP29 for your engagement. Today's this. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay, it's fine.
Okay?
Yeah. It's okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the problem you have, everybody, the government local to integration of climate action territorially, but the question is how to access finance climate for our project in this action.
Yeah, I think today the question is only about finance. This is the COP of finance. So if one of our panelists can comment on the access to finance.
So I think the key is going to be not to rely just on public financing or multilateral development banks. There are blended finance models. So there are institutions called green banks. We could think about a Mediterranean green bank, which could have pooled resources from all the Mediterranean regions, use that public money to crowd in investment from the private sector into nature-based solutions, into renewable energy, raise investment through all of that, and then reap the benefits to build resilience. So we could think about a Mediterranean Green Bank.
This is indeed a great idea, the Mediterranean Green Bank, and I think today's discussion has made it clear that the Mediterranean has the potential to be a leader in regional climate action. However, achieving this requires a shift toward integrated planning that aligns climate, energy and special strategies, empowering local and regional actors with the tools, resources and frameworks, and also finance needed to act. Strengthen partnerships across borders to share knowledge, build capacity and drive innovation. Let us carry forward the momentum from today's session to continue these conversations and, more importantly, to act on the solutions we have discussed. Together we can create resilient, sustainable future for the Mediterranean and beyond. Thank you so much to all the participants online and physically here at the COP, and we look forward to seeing many of you in the coming days at the COP29. Thank you.
Agenda. Thank you.
Give me 30 seconds. Okay, 5 seconds. 4, 3. We're live.
Thank you. Colleagues, good afternoon. Welcome to this webinar titled Harnessing the Power of Legumes, Climate Solution Rooted in Mediterranean Food Tradition. It's my pleasure to moderate today's session and to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished panelists and all participants joining us. Today, we gather to spotlight the strategic importance of legume in sustainable food system across the Mediterranean. The main objective of our discussion is to build a cross-regional partnership that enable practical, innovative solutions for the challenges we face collectively. Before we begin, let me outline the simple rules of this session. We will start with a recorded message from the Secretary General of SIAM, Professor Teodoro Miano, followed by a message from Deputy Director of the SIAM Bari, Dr. Biagio Di Tirlizzi, and then we will start the first round of questions. We will give each panelist up to 3 minutes to share their insights. We will then present a video on the Beans network, after which a second round of comment will allow panelists less than 2 minutes each to reflect on the video and share key message. Let us now begin this important conversation. The first speaker is Professor Teodoro Miano. Professor Teodoro Miano, he is the Secretary General of SIAM, and he is sharing the Beans Legume Network. Professor Miano unfortunately could not join us due to an unexpected professional commitment, but he sent a recorded message. Can you give the message of Teodoro Miano, please?
Welcome to COP29. Within this very big event, SIAM has organized an important webinar on legumes and the impact on legumes on the food system in the Mediterranean. The webinar will be moderated by Professor Mouin Hamzeh, who is with us today, and we invited a number of renowned scientists and technical experts coming from different geographical areas of the Mediterranean, different kind of expertise, different kind of knowledge and institutional relationship. It's a very important event for us because we believe that the role of legumes in the Mediterranean food system is extremely important in terms of managing somehow the impact of climate changes, because we have a strong influence in the cropping system with the inclusion of legumes. We have a different impact on the utilization of the natural resources, mainly water and soil. And of course, we have a strong impact in terms of socio-economical aspect, such as the help to the resilience of local and fragile communities, and therefore also related to their commerce and their trades of legume products. This meeting is extremely significant because, in a way, is trying to launch the idea of starting a network on legumes in the Mediterranean, and more precisely, a meta-network. we define it a meta network because we try to gather and to federate all the existing information coming from different actors and stakeholders of the area in terms of legume qualities, nutritional aspect, nutraceutical aspect, data concerning the importance in cropping system, data concerning the impact of environmental changes, data concerning the genetics and the diversity of the products. So this is the idea of creating a meta network on legumes that his name will be probably beans, and you will watch a very short video during the meeting today which will describe shortly the things that I'm trying to say. I would like to thank very much the moderator and all the participants for being with us today, and I look forward to include their expertise and their involvement in future actions of the network of SIAM. Beans.
Thank you for Teodoro Miano for his nice message. And now I would like to give the floor to Biagio Di Terlizzi. Biagio Di Terlizzi, Deputy Director of SIAM Bari, and he is chairing the Mid-Diet project and feed platform, who were at the origin of all our initiative today. Most of the colleagues present with us were partner in this project. Biagio Di Terlizzi, your message, please.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you, Professor Ramsey. Thank you to the Secretary General, Professor Gumiano. And I would like to say hello to all the participants. I was not planned in the agenda, and sorry if I'm just making this connection from the car going to the airport in Cairo. Just two things I would like to say. One, this network is sustained by the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs through the Institute of Bari, and it has been an activity after 2 years of the project MEDAI that was focusing on nutritional and healthy benefit and environmental impact that the chain of legumes are offered, and specifically the fava beans, the lentils, the beans, and the chickpea. We are interested to strengthen this in order to also collect as a good practice that are provided by different networks. In fact, as has been said, this is a meta network, but also we would like to use the platform feed to promote what are the best practices that are done in several countries. Legumes for the contents of protein can substitute the meat, but just yesterday I heard that there are some areas of Italy where is just cannot, because it is a kind of social standing to say that there is a consumption instead of legumes, and there are no production of legumes in areas, mountain areas, certain mountain areas of Italy. They're more strategic in the South Mediterranean country, and this is why we would like to support the establishment of a value chain that could really bring a benefit, not only from economical point of view, but also from nutritional and healthy. Thank you very much, and unfortunately I have to leave because I'm not sure about the connection. And I wish you really success of this Thank you to.
Thank you, Dr. Di Terlizzi, and we hope that this project will continue and will have one of the most important most important output will be the launching of the network, as you mentioned, and as mentioned by the Secretary General. Now, I will go to the first speaker of this webinar, Dr. Teodardo Calles. You are with us, Teodardo. Dr. Teodardo Calles. Okay. Is he with us?
Yes, I'm
Yes.
here.
Okay. Thank you, Teodardo, for joining us. Let me present it briefly. Teodardo Calles, he is an agricultural officer at the Plant Production and Protection Division of the FAO, who advocate for the inclusion of legume in agricultural production as a means to improve the sustainability of production system and nutrition in smallholder farmers. My question to Teodardo Calles is, what best practices has the FAO identified for overcoming barriers to legume adoption, and how might this support the beans network strategy?
Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the question. I will make a small summary. I think that I will point out 4 issues here that are important. I think is the first thing will be improving knowledge. I think extension and advisory survey should teach farmers how diversify farming system and the use of legumes for soil fertility management, pest control, and reducing input costs can help to improve the adoption of the legumes. The use of demonstration plough can help also to reduce the insecticism and increase the trust on these practices. No? That is the first thing, and I think then we need enhanced seed availability and quality. We know many legumes and pulses that have been proved to have a good impact, a positive impact in the system. However, due to the lack of seed, this net can be used. And then we need to start developing and selecting new varieties to adapt to local conditions in order to improve adoption of legumes. Third, I think as the Vice Secretary said, I think Mr. Bayo said, it is important market support. No, we need to develop reliable profit value chains because we cannot encourage to change to other legume crop if we don't have this value chain where farmers can sell and profit from their products. No. Last but not least, we need to develop a social cultural acceptance. Despite of multiple benefits of pulses and legumes in general, the per capita consumption has declined due to the attitude changes or consumer preference. Sometimes also the production doesn't go in the pace with the market. That means it's less produced than the market needs. This situation has been also been heightened by the assumption in many countries that legumes and pulses are the food for the poor people. And then in FAO, we have made an awareness campaign implemented when we implement the International Year of Pulses. We have heard a bit to change the perception of the general public about pulses. However, the job still not to be done. I think this creation of the beans network can help further to change this consumer perception and make the farmers to adopt more legumes. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Teodardo. I will go directly to Dr. Antonella Ottini. Antonella.
Yes. Good evening. Good evening. Do you hear me?
Good evening. Antonella Ottini is the coordinator of the PRIMA program and the project coordinator of the Coordinated Support Action Future for PRIMA. My question to Antonella Ottino, in what ways does PRIMA see legume contributing to climate resilience and food security in Mediterranean agriculture? You have 3 minutes, Antonella.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the kind invitation. It's really a pleasure to be with you today and have the opportunity to speak about how PRIMA is actively acting to support the role of legumes in strengthening climate resilience and also food security. PRIMA, well, very shortly, is a new partnership, is dedicated to addressing the Mediterranean region's pressing challenge in water management, farming system, and agri-food value chain through research and innovation, putting together 20 participating states from both shores of the Mediterranean. And it aims to develop, in fact, innovative solutions through its project, regionally tailored and promoting climate resilience and optimizing resource use, which are unsustainable still, and also ensuring environmental sustainability. So as you see, legumes are a key part of the solution. And for PRIMA, well, in fact, we consider as globally that they enrich soil by fixing nitrogen, reducing on chemical fertilizer, and allow lower costs for farmers, but also reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So also legumes are highly efficient in water use and resilient to drought, making them ideal for the Mediterranean challenge climate. So for this reason, PRIMA is supporting well, several projects. To the moment we are supporting 238 projects which are running, and some of them I would like to highlight with giving some numbers to highlight the importance of legumes and how they, in fact, we have demonstrated their importance in the region. To face the climate resilience. So, for example, the project Divisia in Italy and Spain, through the project, farmers have achieved a 20% increase in soil nitrogen, improving soil fertility and productivity in their plot. With a Change Up project in Tunisia and Morocco, the fertilizer use was reduced by 20% and water use by 25% in their slots. So it's in the specific demo sites that they were developing, helping, in fact, farmers to adapt to the drought conditions. And well, finally, a Legumed project, which has finished, now it will finish in the next days, is about to finish, has identified drought-resistant legumes, reducing crop failures by 20% in some trials across Italy, Tunisia, and Algeria. This example showcases the potential of legumes. However, many of those are still in their early stage. Some are finishing. But in fact, a continued investment is essential to advance this innovation and scale up their impact. So allow me to award also on beyond the environmental benefits, the legume offer the advantage to communities being rich in protein and essential nutrients, so providing sustainable alternative to grains and animal proteins. We have had some calls in this sense with some projects, for example, local nutleg, where farmers develop chickpea snacks and lentil pasta, a blended tradition with innovation and increase income by 50%, as well as another project, which is at the midterm. This is creating high quality protein ingredient from legumes, driving advance in feed production. So this example illustrates how legume bridge sustainability and tradition. I like very much this aspect in terms of innovation and tradition of the Mediterranean diet. And looking ahead, Prima in its upcoming call, I'm speaking about the next call 2025, will continue to emphasize plant-based proteins and the use of legumes. So we will consider this aspect, which is very relevant for Prima and because it's for the Mediterranean, so as to use and upscale the result that we have achieved so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Antonella. I would like to go now to the team who were involved directly in the MedDiet project, as mentioned by Biagio De Terlizzi. First of all, with Dr. Gianluigi Cardone. He is a researcher at Siambari and managing the environment task of MedDiet project. My question to Gianluigi: what environmental benefit the MedDiet project in adopted legume-based agricultural practices and promotion has identified? You have 3 minutes, Gianluigi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the question that allows me to talk briefly about the results of the second phase of MedDiet project. This project is continuing for the third phase. One of the project objectives was to make a preliminary assessment on the environmental impacts according on the life cycle assessment methodology using the CIMA Pro software. Therefore, the project allowed us to interview 108 producers of legumes such as peas, chickpeas, cowpeas, lentils, broad beans, and beans, considering only local landrace varieties in the 10 Mediterranean countries of the Balkans, the Maghreb, Mashrek macro areas. The small producers of the legumes local varieties responded to a technical questionnaire useful for collecting information on input and yields in the cultivation field. I would like that this is a part of the project. Several environmental impact indicators was evaluated, particularly global warming, eutrophisation, acidification, damage on ecosystem quality, and damage against resources used in the field, to name a few. The analytical results of the local varieties of the legumes in the target Mediterranean countries confirm that the legumes have a lower environmental impact per unit of product and the cultivated area than other more intensive planting annual crops, for example, tomato, potato, tomato, and etc. etc. With regard to the target 6 species that we selected, we obtain at general level that for the global warming indicator, there is not correlation between the fixed nitrogen and the CO2 equivalent emitted. In other words, carbon footprint. The beans has the highest global warming indicator value, depending essentially on the measure inorganic fertilization. At the contrary, the cowpea has the lowest global warming indicator value, which depends the low use on inorganic fertilizer, normally only organic fertilizer, manual agricultural operation, non-pesticide used, based on the rural traditional agricultural practices. For the acidification indicators, we evaluate that the bean has the highest value, depending on higher use of nitrogen fertilizer fuel by machine. At the contrary, the chickpea, the cowpea have the lowest acidity indicators value, depending on very low use of the nitrogen fertilizer and the very low use of the machine. For the eutrophication indicator, overall, the very low value depends on the low use of the inputs about to damage linked to the eutrophication. such as nitrogen, phosphorus fertilizer machine is low use. In particular, the chickpea is likely higher than others species depend on the main application of the phosphorus fertilizer. Then about the indicator of damage on ecosystem quality, the lentils has the highest value with the higher impact of the land use. At the end, the indicator of damage to resources used in the field, broad beans have the highest value, especially depending on the consumption of the fossil fuels in the field. In conclusion, after the second phase of the study, we confirm that the local and the landrace varieties of legumes have a low impact on the environment, even lower than international varieties of the legumes. Moreover, the 6 target legumes contribute to mitigation of the climate change and the reduction of loss of the biodiversity. In the next weeks, we will submit an article on a scientific journal. Thank you.
Thank you, Gianluigi. My next speaker is Professor Nahla Hwalla. Professor Hwalla is Professor of Human Nutrition at the American University of Beirut and the President of the Lebanese Order of Dietitians. She actively contributed to the nutritional and nutraceutical task of the Mid-Diet Project. Professor Hwalla, my question is, what specific nutritional benefit do legumes offer according to the Mid-Diet Project output? And how can these be promoted to Mediterranean community?
Thank you, Dr. Hamzi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
To build on the previous presenter, in addition to being a very sustainable product and to preserve environmental sustainability, legumes have a great potential in terms of addressing nutritional issues. For example, this part of the world suffers from food insecurity, protein energy malnutrition, hidden hunger, which is vitamins and minerals deficiencies, in addition to non-communicable diseases, high incidence of obesity, of diabetes, of cancer. This is where the need to increase available and affordable foods that have high nutritional quality while safeguarding the environment is crucially important. So we can think of legumes as an important vehicle for transition into sustainability. The Mid-Diet Project has provided us with an enormous source that characterized legumes and with higher nutritional and antioxidant properties. So they have screened all these cultivars and provided the best, and we could identify the best in terms of their nutritional qualities. So it allowed a selection of species and cultivars of legumes from many countries, such as Lebanon, Syria, Palestine, Jordan, and Egypt, that are distinguished for their advantageous nutrition content, such as proteins, vitamins, minerals, antioxidants profile, and for their contribution to the requirements of these nutritional products. According to the Mid-Diet Project, legumes offer enormous nutritional benefits. For example, in terms of proteins, we can think of them as alternative proteins to animal proteins, which are being recommended to be decreased all over the world. In 100 grams of cooked legumes, you can find 10 grams almost of proteins. They are also a good source of dietary fiber, of antioxidants, and also of vitamins such as vitamin E and other B vitamins. Legumes are low in fat. They are cholesterol free. They have low glycemic index. They are good for diabetics. And they have anti-diabetic and anti-cancer properties because of the antioxidants. When you combine grains with legumes, we can form a complete protein which can easily replace animal proteins.
Good.
For example, in lentils varieties, I'll take only one example, but the varieties that have been studied were lentils, fava beans, chickpeas, and beans. In lentils, for example, varieties were selected because of their vitamin E content. This vitamin is very important. It's an antioxidant. It supports the immune system. It helps maintain healthy skin and eyes. It decreases the risk of diseases such as cardiovascular diseases and cancer. Just to give an example, the recommended amount that is needed, that is recommended for vitamin E is 15 milligrams, which I'm happy to say that this 15 milligrams can be provided by only 100 grams of lentils. The effective dose of antioxidants is also important. And the research have shown that flavonoids, which are antioxidants, were associated with decreased cardiovascular risk in a linear manner. That is, as you increase, the risk will decrease. And it was calculated at 500 milligrams per day. Now, how much legumes can provide us with flavonoids? This amount of 500 milligrams per day can be provided by 170 grams of cooked fava beans, 170, which is a small amount, and of 120 grams of cooked beans from Lebanon. So it is achievable. It's not a huge amount that is not achievable. Here, I would like to say an alert that the data available that we have collected in this MedDiet project, they were on raw legumes. And this data has to be verified for cooked ones in future studies. Just to give an idea, it appears that almost 50% of these nutrients and these nutraceuticals are lost in processing or in cooking. But this is something that needs to be verified and find out how much is left in the after cooking. So in conclusion, the distinguished nutritional value of legumes is affected by the specific type of legume, which one? The cultivar within that specific type of legumes, the processing and cooking methods that could affect their nutrient and anti-nutrient oxidant levels, and the studies on the effect of cooking methods maintaining superior contribution of legumes to health, nutrition, and the environment are urgently needed.
Thank you, Professor Ahwala. My quick question: Are you preparing a paper on the nutritional output of MedDiet project?
Yeah, I'm contributing to a paper in which the more detailed information is going to be provided about the contribution of the MedDiet to the legumes.
Thank you. Next speaker is Joachim Baldiuk, Dr. Baldiuk from Siam Saragosse. Currently, he is the project manager of BELIS, innovation action aiming to increase the competitiveness of the legume breeding sector in the EU and associated countries. Joachim, you are with us?
Yes,
are you
thank
ready?
you.
Okay, good. Welcome. So my question is, could you explain the importance of local legume varieties, as you heard about the varieties from Levant country, from North Africa and Balkan in MedDiet project? Could you explain the importance of local legume varieties in achieving both biodiversity and market scalability in Mediterranean agriculture?
Of course, thank you very much, Professor Hamze, and all our CM colleagues. Thank you also for the invitation to participate in this session. Well, local legume varieties has been cultivated for centuries in the Mediterranean region, which means that they possess unique genetic adaptations to the specific climatic conditions. Here we are talking about drought tolerance, heat resistance, resilience to pests and diseases. So in this sense, and considering the challenge posed by climate change, we can state without any doubt that the importance of local legume varieties is crucial. And this lies in the fact that thanks to these unique genetic adaptations, these varieties are suitable for low input farming systems. So farmers can reduce their dependence on chemical inputs and conserve natural resources with the consequent positive impact on biodiversity. And in terms of market scalability, well, breeding programs play a key role here, and local legume varieties have a huge potential in these programs due to their wide genetic resistance to stress, weed competition ability, and biological nitrogen fixation efficiency, so they can be used to breed new varieties with better adaptation and higher yield. So breeding programs are also essential to ensure the access to quality seeds in order to overcome possible obstacles that may limit the cultivation of these local varieties. So in this sense, it is essential to count on the role of initiatives such as the Horizon Europe project BELIS, of which CIAM Zaragoza is a partner in the consortium. BELIS is a multi-actor consortium with different representatives of the legume value chain, including research and technical institutes, plant breeders, seeds companies, as well as other relevant actors in the legume breeding from 18 different countries, including, among others, the Mediterranean ones such as Spain, France, Italy, and Lebanon. And the aim of BELIS is to increase the competitiveness of the EU and associated countries' legume breeding industry by improving the methodologies and the governance structures, and to design as well conditions that allow an efficient delivery of the achieved genetic progress to breeders, to seed industry, registration offices, extension services as well, feed and food industry, and of course to farmers at the end. So in a nutshell, BELIS gives the conditions to produce a strong genetic progress for legume crops, so that the offer of improved legume varieties is not a limit to legume cultivation. So just to conclude, I just would like to highlight again that the local legume varieties are crucial for contributing to crop diversification and reducing inputs as well as energy consumption in agriculture, and therefore build sustainable and climate resilient food system in the Mediterranean region. Thank you.
Joachim, I have a quick question. Are you coordinating your research work with ICARDA? Because I know that ICARDA is very active in the genetical approach for legume. They have a global mandate even.
Absolutely. Actually, ICARDA is part of the consortium of BELIS, and they have an active role in that sense. Yeah.
Thank you. My next speaker is Professor Konstantinos Matas, a distinguished professor at Aristotle University in Thessaloniki and Siam Maïr in Greece, specialized in agricultural policy, focusing on agricultural and social policy, rural development, and interdisciplinary research. Professor Matas, my question is, how can legume contribute to sustainable economic development and resilience for Mediterranean countries facing climate-related challenges? Professor Matas.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. And first, I would like to say to the panelists and to the audience that we have involved in two big EU-funded projects. One is called Legendary, and is dealing solely with legumes. And the other one is called BioValue, that I coordinate, It is dealing also on the contribution on biodiversity and the food chain. So I will try a little bit to provide a response that is puzzling and abstract. The legumes is one of the largest crops that are cultivated, and they have very, very unique characteristics. Some of the speakers, they discussed about and they talked. And just I will repeat all those characteristics, and then we can get to the value of those crops. First of all, they feed the people, and they feed the health of the people, the human health, very unique. Second, that usually we forget, and we in the Mediterranean area, we have experience for a long time, they feed the animals. They feed the animals dry, green, or grains. Third, they feed also the plants. Usually in Mediterranean area, they don't use fertilizers. They use the legumes to fertilize the plants. Very unique characteristic, and they apply very different systems. They apply rotations, intercrop systems, but they offer food to the plants. And fourth, I think, very unique, they feed the environment. Very unique. You can find legumes from north to south, in any climate, in any soil, any time of the season, anywhere. They contribute to biodiversity. They contribute to energy saving. They say to water. They support the pollination. Very unique for the environment. You save a lot of money just extending this particular group of growth. And finally, they fit the economy. When you have a resilient like this group, you don't have to estimate numbers. The numbers are usable, or the real value is unconsidered. I go further on. The legumes, they are not only legumes, very unique. They are fit very well to any diet. And we in the Mediterranean, we visually, we have seen different countries, different traditions, different cultures, different religions. They all adapt and adjust the legumes in their food dish. And those indigenous knowledge, this knowledge from the Mediterranean are the most important protocols for all the people, how it's gonna use in their diet, their food dish, the legumes. And it can combine and it can match with any sort of diet, any style of diet. And in this way, contributes a lot to environment and saves a lot of money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Matas. We will be back to the main point you raised. And now I would like to introduce Dr. Hélène Lemaitre-Curie, Assistant to the Director of SIAM Montpellier. She is an agricultural economist and in public policy. Her work focuses on sustainability transitions in the Mediterranean region. We were listening so far to some technical aspect, genetical, nutritional, and the main initiative in the region through international organizations like FAO and PRIMA. And I would like to ask Dr. Lemaitre, what policy interventions or incentives do you believe are most effective in overcoming obstacles to legume production and consumption, such as market access, infrastructure, and consumer awareness? Dr. Lemaitre, vous avez 3 minutes, s'il vous plaît. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your great introduction. I'm glad to be here with you this afternoon. I would like first to say that as all the speakers before have presented, there is clearly a need to strengthen the production and consumption of legumes, which are traditional in the Mediterranean region. But we have seen that both the production and the consumption have decreased in the region. And this is a key challenge for a sustainable transition in agriculture, as well as sustainable nutrition and the decrease of the public health issue associated with the diet in the Mediterranean region, which is becoming much worse as in recent years. There have been a few policies supporting legumes from the research to the consumption in the region. And one of the key issues with these policies is that the legumes were not considered together with other strategic crops. They were not raised to the level of a strategic crop like it was the case for cereal production or for major export crops, for example. And what seems to be needed in the region is that the legumes are fully recognized as strategic and integrated at all stages of the policy design and policy intervention. And that's one aspect. And the other aspect is when we review the policy instruments that have been used, for example, in European countries to support the increase in legume production, there have been inconsistent policies, instruments that have lasted for a little while and then changed or be removed from the policy settings and reintroduced. And this type of weak policy signal and inconsistent policy signal is not sufficient to really balance out the fact that sometimes legume production is not as profitable for the producers if you don't take into account all the important externalities of the legume production and consumption through those policy instruments. So in general terms, legumes to be fully embedded in policy instruments and policy instruments to be consistent. Fully embedded in policy instruments means to increase the effort in research and innovation on pulses, on legumes, and at the production level, but also research and innovation in the agri-food and feed value chains and strong knowledge transfer program. The second aspect is to be included in the agricultural policy incentive instruments on the same level and even in a higher level than the cereal production, for example, and also to be included in the incentive of the food policies. There have been many food policies around the basin that have considered cereals, sometimes sugar and oil, but pulses need to be strongly supported in these policies, as well as we know the weight of those policies in changing consumption habits. And finally, the awareness campaign, it was mentioned by a number of speakers before. There is really a need for consumers to be more aware of the important diet and health benefits of the legume consumption. So, and finally, the structuration, connecting all those dots from the researchers to the consumers, going through the producers and the value chain. There is a need for structural support to the organization of the producers, often very disseminated, the producer of pulses, and to be able to reach fully structured value chain, they need support to the organization from producer level to the consumer, going through innovative and structured value chains. I'm trying not to be too long, but I think it's the coherency between the instruments and the consistency of those instruments over time that are the key factors for success.
Thank you, Madame Lemaitre. I'm happy and I'm delighted to introduce Professor Faris Houari. Faris Houari is from outside the Mediterranean region. He is the Dean of the College of Humanities and Science at Ajman University in United Arab Emirates and former Vice Provost at Fort Valley State University in USA. His research focused on environmental monitoring. He is also expert in sustainable water and energy management combined with his innovative approach to environmental education. Thank you, Faris Houari, for joining us. And my question for you is, what role can legume play in strategies for climate resilience, particularly in arid region of the Mediterranean or the Gulf region? Professor Houari, you have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for the invitation. As a matter of fact, what my colleague mentions about the traits and the value and benefits of legumes make them really the super giant or the little marvels. And what they said actually intersect exactly with the climate resilience and all what it means. And one of its definition, as we know, it's the capacity of social, economic, and environmental system to cope with hazardous events, trends, or disturbances like droughts or maybe unpredicted rainfall or climate patterns. And our colleagues makes it very clear that legumes are drought tolerant and water efficient crops, and they have physiology that allow maturation stage before the drought cycles, and they adapt extremely well with low water content and the scarce water environment. And also, so they adapt well to high heat and certain level of salinity. And that's make them ideal to arid areas like the Mediterranean or other areas that could in the future be impacted by climate change and become arid. And the fact that that nitrogen fixation benefits, which my colleagues mentioned, decrease the consumption and the production of nitrogen fertilizers, and that will help reduce the greenhouse gases and has many benefits. And I believe also Mattis mentioned the intercropping and cropping benefits, and this has a lot of benefits in the breaking disease and pest cycles, and this will save us a lot of money, and it will save us save the environment as well. So basically, it has a lot of benefits, and we know also the deep root system, the relatively deep root system of the legumes and pulses is important for carbon sequestration and the residual decomposition very fast and improve the aggregate of the soil and the soil structure and water retention, and makes the ecosystem of legumes water management friendly. And then, of course, we know water management is water production is associated with energy consumption, and that's actually it has a lot of greenhouse gases and carbon dioxide. Due to all of these reasons, actually, I think legumes can play or is playing a transformative role in climate resilience, especially in arid regions. And few figures just to make it to the importance of legumes. Each hectare actually sequesters about 1 ton of carbon dioxide and about 400 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year. So it's very, it has a lot of added values to climate resilience and many other benefits.
Thank you, Professor Faris Houari. My last speakers on my list is Dr. Hamu Lamrani from ESQA, United Nations Social and Economical for West Asia. And I have some doubt he was unable to join. He gets some technical problem. Is Dr. Lamrani with us? I don't think so. So I think we have to go to the third part of our webinar, is the presentation of the video. Can you post the video, please? Yes. It's 2
Beans,
minutes.
chickpeas, lentils, and other legumes have been a vital part of the Mediterranean diet for thousands of years, playing a key role in ensuring food security for millions.
We have launched a number of projects in several countries. Medite is the most recent one and sets together a very large number of countries working on the same topic. And the topic is to study, to analyze the quality, the cropping system, and also the impact on the nutritional aspect of the diet of 4 legumes with different varieties according to different environmental conditions.
Hundreds of samples collected across 17 Mediterranean countries revealed that legumes are key to a resilient food system. They enrich the soil and significantly decrease irrigation needs, offer vital nutrients and proteins to humans, and benefit the environment, placing farmers at the heart of a sustainable Mediterranean green economy.
Medite will produce a large set of data which are extremely important to set up the first Mediterranean corporate approach to the study of legumes. During one of the final meetings related to the first presentation of the results, the idea of building a network developed into the idea of building a network of networks.
A network of networks, a space that allows existing networks to talk to each other, where farmers, producers, distributors, research institutes, and international bodies can share and enhance their initiatives.
Cooperation gives the possibility to share knowledge, to share tools, and improve, importantly, the quality of the research.
Countries can really use legumes as a lever to modify also their policies. So we really offer a tool to share information at all levels, scientific, socio-economical, technical, training, education, and so on.
In these humble beans, we see the seeds of a sustainable future for the Mediterranean.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And for the last part of this webinar, we have 16 minutes now to close the webinar. And I would like to benefit from this time to have your comments and your suggestion concerning the SIAM initiative on launching the Beans Meta Network. I think 2 points should be developed. First of all, and if you know some example of initiative that align with the Beans Network objective, as briefly described in the video clip, and do you think it might be an added value to develop the legume cultivation and to benefit from its nutritional and environmental benefit? So please give me who would like to answer, to raise the hand, and we will follow it directly with Yasmin Girat to give you the floor, but very brief answer, please. Maybe I can see Faris, you ask for the floor.
No, I did not. But actually, I'm new to this, project. But I heard about the Middle East Green Initiatives in Saudi Arabia, and I think the climate part of the Beans project, or the added value of the legumes, could be aligned with some of their projects and initiatives. This is just a thought came to my mind that's worth exploring.
Thank you, Antonella.
Yes, thank you very much. For sure, I see a lot of synergies with our project. We are supporting. I told about a couple of them before. There is also the Legume project. So I think there are very good chances of synergizing and building a network. But how to forget, in fact, also the other platform where Prima with SIAM and FAO and the UFM are engaged, and notably the Sustainable Food System platform, where we can in fact leverage the actions made by the network, the BINS network. So I wanted just to raise this point very quickly because we don't have time, but it was important to me. I see also other colleagues there that are involved in the platform, and I think there is good connection with this in order to leverage the activity that's been done there. Thank you.
Who's next? Nahla, Teodardo.
I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I really would like to highlight the issue that about legumes. While the science behind it, the science will push for action, and it will provide the evidence that convince people of its superiority. But I think approaching this subject of legumes needs to be holistic, starting with science and reaching the food system. And we have been speaking about the food system for a long time. And the food system is country specific, region specific. And an approach through the food system is really to make people change, is to initiate change in a place so that more consumption of legumes, less consumption of meat will enhance sustainability and will make it better nutrition. These approaches are so far not being touched. We are left at the stage of research, science, evidence, but it's not reaching the people, it's not reaching the community, it's not reaching the policymaker in order to make active initiatives for promotion of consumption. No matter how much you produce, if people don't eat it, it is useless.
Thank you, Nahla. I think you introduced my question to Teodardo Calles. How can legume be integrated into national and regional food security agenda? Teodardo Calles. Also your comment now, you're still mute.
Now,
yeah.
Do you hear me?
Comment on the meta network beans also. We are really interested to hear this.
Yes, well, I think commenting before of the network, I think what is it's important, we still, our system are dominated by cereals. We have this, we provide most of the food by maize, wheat, and rice. And one of these aim of those network, the whole network, is that we need to change the mentality. I'm not telling that we need to stop growing cereals, but we need to start thinking in a legume-based system that will bring many benefits. And also, as I think Nala was mentioning about the complete protein profile that when we eat the cereal with the legume, but now we are eating more cereal than legumes. And I believe that what we are doing now in FAO will be very important is if we can include in nationals, promote those benefits on regional and national level. In the moment countries start supporting sustainable agriculture, people will need to use legumes because there is no other way to do that. And if we integrate legumes, as I said, into agricultural policy, then we will have this effect on the farmers. And also, I think one of the issues of this network that is we need to look for a current regional collaboration. We need to collaborate. We are working, but sometimes we are working isolated. We need to encourage this collaboration. Back to you.
Thank you, Teodardo. I'm really concerned with how easy or complicated to change the culinary conditions, the culinary tradition. Maybe Hélène Lemaitre can implement on this. Hélène?
Yes, with pleasure. It is indeed difficult to change culinary transition, but that's where the Mediterranean region is an incredible asset, because the Mediterranean region still has culinary tradition based on legumes that are being lost at the moment. When we see the rapid change in diet habits that is happening in many countries of the Mediterranean region, maybe less so in countries like Italy or Spain, but rapidly in other countries where a very diversified diet is being replaced by a diet largely based on cereal, sugar, and oil. We see that what we think is a very slow movement can actually be a rapid movement. So there is scope for rapid movement the other way around. And this goes probably through different type of value chain, new value chain, a better integration of legumes in the new consumption habits of many of the urban inhabitants around the Mediterranean basin, which nowadays are eating less legumes, are losing some of their traditional recipes, are losing some of the habit of eating legumes for breakfast, for example. And it's still time, I think, in many of the Mediterranean countries to reverse this trend and restore the diets, some of the traditional elements of the diet while innovating on new food-based products that could incorporate more legumes. So
thank you.
Diets can change slowly, but also rapidly and not always in the right direction. It's also our responsibility to help it move the right way.
Thank you, Hélène. Thank you very much. Professor Matas? Professor Matas, what about the market reaction? Can the market react easily to the legume value chain?
Yeah, okay. First, I wanted to say that it's nice that we're talking about legumes, but if we look the data today, if you see the people they consume 90%, there are only 10 crops. So this is the reality. And the farmers, they're not going to have income if the consumers, they don't buy it and they don't need it. So for me, we have to go a long way. First, I think the consumers, they have to realize that legumes, they are multi-purpose. You incorporate, not eat. You incorporate in your diet, since today is very well, they said, that you cannot find Mediterranean diet the way that we lived when before 50 or 100 years. It's already lost. So they have to incorporate. And in order to incorporate, they have to understand that first they offer health, and then it's friendly to the environment. You are turning activists for the environment. Just by this way, just by changing the food. And the food chain, I'm saying, is the more powerful language that exists in the world. Connects all the people. The behavior from the food can change behaviors, can change policies, can change everything. It's so simple. And while now in Baku, they say they are going to spend money and money, just the food dish can make a great job. And the food chain is important for the marketing. If it's not incorporated in the food chain, today the people, whether we want or not, they take their food from the food chains, any food chain. So they have to incorporate. I don't know which way, but there are ways. And for me, and the project that I coordinate, one of the ways is somehow we have to mimic the taste. We have legumes, but they don't think that they eat legumes. They don't eat the beans, the chickpeas, the way that we eat. They eat pasta, but it's legumes pasta, or maybe legumes, something like this. If the food chain is not adopted and adjusted, I don't think that there is, okay, it can go to the farmers, there is a policy, they can get some subsidies, and after a while, they finished. And we have to demonstrate them the enrichment of legumes. Sometimes I'm opposed. It's not only the legumes, it's the incorporation. The advantage of the legumes is, I think it is the way that they match with any food. And the Mediterranean diet, the old style, always they match. And I'm surprised when you see the Lebanese people, how they match it with different other grains, with different other greens, how the Tunisian and how the Italians. They have their own philosophy. So we have to re-educate the people. We can start, and with the support of the food chain. For me, without involving market and food chain, everything is okay, but after a while, wane up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We still have only 2 minutes. I would like to give the floor quickly to Dr. Gianluigi Cardoni and then Joachim Baldiuk. Gianluigi? Gianluigi? Yes, yes, please, quickly.
I am permitted to highlight and focalize the attention about the importance between scientists and technicians to create more attention to the exchange of the data, to collect the data, because when I started to work to the legumes 3 or 4 years ago in the framework of the project Medite, we had a lot of problem to collect, to let review, to collect the data, but also to understand better the benchmarks in the Mediterranean area, because it's very, very difficult to valorize the data collection with the data from other countries or other outside the Mediterranean region. Probably is the opportunity to have a feed platform to collect the data, and the publication is, I focalize attention to the exchange of the information. Without data, we have nothing.
Of course. Joachim, you still with us? Joachim?
Yes, I'm
yes,
here.
Please, your last message.
Thank you. Just really briefly, I would like just to comment on how the advancement of genetic research can contribute to adaptability of legumes in the Mediterranean. And in this point, I would like to focus again on the Bellish project that I mentioned before. And the approach of this project is to develop more efficient, low-costing genotyping solutions for legumes, okay? So I think it is worth pointing out the progress in this kind of projects, for example, on GPS protocol, which is genotyping by sequencing, but also especially in Bellish, the development of new CASP markers to accelerate marker assistant breeding programs, so which can have an impact on this Mediterranean climate. For example, marker assistance for resistance of diseases, or time of flowering in some environment, or resistance to any kind of diseases, or even drought tolerance, or forage yield and quality traits, or even freezing tolerance, no? And which, as I mentioned, can have a high impact in the interest of Mediterranean agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Joachim. Before closing, we have a question from Mrs. Dunya Al Khouri, President of Women Association of Deir Al Ahmar in the Bekaa Valley of Lebanon. Please, Mrs. Khouri, be brief in your question. Please, you have.
Yeah, thank you for all the presentation. Very, very important. Can you hear me?
Seconds for me, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
So
yes.
I am founder and president of Women's Association of Deir Al-Ahmar. So we are an NGO in the Bekaa Valley. We have a lot of collaboration with the Prima projects, and I think that it is very important role of women. This is a brochure about the rural woman role to conserve the patrimony of the culinary that you are speaking about. This is why we have to enhance women to continue in our diets, that's including the beans that you are speaking about. You know, you have a very important dish in the Lebanese food, which is called makhlouta. Makhlouta, that means the mix of the beans that you are speaking about, and very, very, very high nutritive dishes. So this is why you have also to raise awareness for the new generation, the new, to learn about those dishes, about those menus that are so important. And I want to mention also, so this is the role of women and the NGOs to raise this awareness, and also we have to improve the benefit of the farmers, because, by example, we have a very, very nice good lands in the area, planting the lands, but it's not well presented to the market. It needs to be proper, to be well presented. So this is a mix between the science and the farmers and the NGOs and the woman role in this field. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Khouri, and good luck. Before closing, I would like, there is any comment, last comment? I can't see any. So thank you for your contribution. I realize that such a wide topics, multidisciplinary webinar maybe deserve 1 or 2 hours more. And I'm sorry to quiz your contribution in 2 or 3 minutes. But I think we can say that we collected the most important information from you, representing your expertise and your institution. Thank you again, and I hope we can see you in other events related to the network of beans and other activities of SIAM. Thank you, and have a nice afternoon. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You another occasion. Bye.
Bye.
2 minutes. Ci siamo? E allora, buonasera a tutti, sono Pierluigi Sassi, presidente di Earth Day Italia e come Earth Day Europe abbiamo realizzato questo padiglione all'interno della COP29 dove oggi abbiamo un ospite veramente eccezionale, abbiamo il ministro dell'ambiente italiano Gilberto Fratin, con il quale affronteremo il tema a noi più caro, quello delle nuove generazioni. Ecco, Papa Francesco in occasione della COP26 della Milano-Glasgow, dove il governo italiano lanciò per la prima volta un evento COP dedicato completamente ai giovani a Milano e da lì è partita veramente una sensibilità da parte di tutto il nostro Paese e del governo per dare voce ai giovani, per dare forza a questo messaggio dei giovani. Quindi una sensibilità che noi cerchiamo sempre di cavalcare, di portare avanti con forza e sottolineando anche quali sono le istanze dei giovani nelle varie occasioni. Ecco, il governo italiano ha fatto molto. Intanto quella COP Giovani, Ministro, che si realizzò alla COP26 Milano-Glasgow, il governo italiano l'ha voluta rendere permanente, no? E ha accolto anche il messaggio di Papa Francesco, che a questi giorni ha detto fate chiasso, e voi avete dato la possibilità di fare chiasso perché avete dato molta voce ai ragazzi, no? Alla COP26 i ragazzi poterono rappresentare le loro istanze ai tavoli dei negoziati. Subito dopo voi avete dato seguito a questo lavoro che continuerà negli anni, lo avete affidato anche a un organismo delle Nazioni Unite e avete coinvolto giovani da tutti i paesi, anche dai paesi più poveri, soprattutto direi dai paesi più poveri.
Sì, devo dire che ribalterei la prospettiva, nel senso che sono questi tantissimi giovani provenienti da tutti i paesi che hanno onorato l'Italia e il governo italiano, perché quello che è stato il ruolo di Youth for Climate, di tutti questi ragazzi provenienti davvero da ogni parte del mondo con le loro idee, con il loro contributo, poi selezionando su Roma i 40 erano i vincitori, ma vedendo questi 150 ragazzi veramente animati dalla volontà di dare il loro contributo al futuro. È una forma di protesta molto positiva, perché è un grande diritto urlare e protestare, ma se si protesta con una proposta è un contributo in più, e devo dire che questi gruppi di giovani veramente con Youth for Climate hanno dato molto. Uno si sente automaticamente parte di tutto ciò, ed è successo lì, è successo sul G7. Sul G7 abbiamo avuto una partecipazione enorme, centinaia, 500 la stima.
Ma di questo parleremo. Prima le voglio far vedere le scene che di cui lei è stato protagonista in occasione della Youth for Climate, proprio che lo scorso anno, ricordiamolo, si è tenuto a Roma, in una città fantastica. Quindi questi ragazzi provenienti da tutti i paesi più poveri del mondo che portavano i loro progetti che poi venivano valutati e anche finanziati, cioè premiati se non altro con un grant di diverse migliaia di euro che gli consentiva almeno di giustificare lo sforzo progettuale e poi di presentarsi chissà a fondi di investimento, a progettualità nazionali per poterli realizzare. Ecco, quei ragazzi erano felicissimi e allora noi, grazie al Ministero dell'Ambiente e della Sicurezza Energetica, siamo riusciti a portarli a vivere un momento davvero straordinario affinché queste immagini, diciamo, di loro a Roma potessero raggiungere tutto il mondo. Allora io prego la regia di mandare il video delle immagini davanti al Colosseo.
It is our right to protect our planet and our people.
If you are concerned about making a difference or not knowing where to start here. Start with Youth for Climate.
In the last few days, we heard from youths all over the world about climate solutions that they are driving in their local communities, in their home countries.
And my message to world leaders is to recognize the instrumental role that young people play in the climate crisis.
Understand that we're not just victims of the climate change crisis, but we're also agents of change.
I have a message for all the youth that is listening right now. If you have a dream, you have to live more in this planet. You have to effort and combat climate change.
You, in your own way, can do your part.
My encouragement to you, if you're hearing this right now, is tell your story.
Credo che siano veramente immagini indimenticabili.
Indimenticabile, veramente indimenticabile.
Che hanno fatto il giro del mondo proprio grazie al nostro meraviglioso Colosseo illuminato di blu e con il maestro Allevi che ha regalato questo inedito chiamato Tomorrow, proprio simbolicamente, alle nuove generazioni. Pensate che questo è l'inedito che poi abbiamo portato alla COP di Dubai insieme al ministro e che è poi stato utilizzato dal maestro Allevi in occasione dell'ultimo Sanremo quando è stato ospite. Lui lì se l'è venduta un po' come un'altra cosa, ma in realtà aveva fatto per noi. Ministro?
È stato un momento indimenticabile, ma indimenticabile per noi. Pensiamo per questi ragazzi che arrivavano dai paesi lontani, che non solo hanno avuto la possibilità di vedere Roma, di vedere il Colosseo, di vivere una serata nel Colosseo e di vedere e di portare il loro progetto, le loro idee, poterle confrontare peraltro con altri ragazzi che arrivavano da decine di migliaia di chilometri di distanza, però hanno vissuto dei giorni importanti e non a caso l'effetto, se ha colpito noi meno giovani o più anziani, immaginiamo loro per loro cosa è stato.
Esatto. E la cosa è riverberata naturalmente in tutto il mondo. Ecco, questi giovani si sono poi dati appuntamento, no? in tutte le altre Youth for Climate per rincontrarsi, ma noi nel frattempo come paese siamo andati avanti. Lei faceva riferimento a che cosa è successo al G7 Ambiente di Torino, il G7 Ambiente, Clima ed Energia, nel quale 500 ragazzi si sono riuniti e hanno potuto fare un evento chiamato gli Stati Generali dell'Ambiente per Giovani, in cui hanno ripercorso le stesse tappe in qualche modo, se vogliamo, simulandole naturalmente dei negoziati, per dare il loro contributo.
Sì, infatti c'è stato una serie di momenti di incontro, di approfondimento, dibattito tra di loro con le loro proposte. Io ho partecipato anche a alcuni eventi, alcuni momenti di questo tipo di confronto e il contenuto poi del loro documento finale è entrato a far parte del documento del G7 Ambiente, riportato la sintesi delle loro posizioni.
Ecco, questo è un modo veramente dolce ma assolutamente nobile di permettere ai ragazzi di dare il loro contributo. Allora noi, per dare eco a questa iniziativa, abbiamo voluto portare con noi qui a Baku il rapporteur di uno di quei tavoli, in particolare del tavolo internazionale, visto che siamo in un consesso internazionale. Gianmarco ha seguito quel tavolo e oggi simbolicamente riconsegna questo documento anche a questi negoziati. Gianmarco.
Esatto, buonasera a tutti. Io innanzitutto volevo ringraziare il Ministro per battersi sempre per la nostra partecipazione all'interno della lotta al cambiamento climatico. Ci tenevo a ringraziare anche il Direttore Generale e tutto il team del MASE per avermi accompagnato in questa mia esperienza all'interno della COP qui a Baku. E insomma volevo appunto rimarcare l'importanza del nostro apporto che possiamo dare per la lotta contro il cambiamento climatico, e penso che i più veterani dei negoziati debbano iniziare a pensare che devono combattere per noi, ma ci devono anche lasciare combattere insieme a loro, così che l'apporto sia ancora più forte. E consegno al direttore generale. Esatto, consegno la copia in inglese al direttore generale
Alessandro Guerri, che è proprio il direttore generale per gli affari europei internazionali, nonché per la finanza climatica. Prego direttore, si accomodi Gianmarco. E che appunto proprio in questa forse è la pienezza del suo ruolo, no? Siamo in un negoziato dove si parla di finanza climatica, si hanno relazioni internazionali e si cerca di risolvere i problemi più grandi. Qui lei ha di nuovo le istanze giovanili.
Beh, devo dire che tutta questa costruzione è la prova che le buone idee, le belle idee, le idee intelligenti non smettono mai di produrre frutti. In ogni consesso ci viene riconosciuto il ruolo di leader internazionalmente all'Italia per le politiche sui giovani e il clima, e chiaramente dobbiamo ringraziare il nostro Ministro che ormai 2 anni fa scelse questa linea di finanziamento, questa costruzione, questo concetto che viene riconosciuto da tutti, apprezzato, peraltro prova ennesima dell'approccio multilaterale dell'Italia, che si avvale del principale strumento dell'UNDP, delle Nazioni Unite, appunto per valutare questi ragazzi, ma di nuovo per rafforzare il concetto peer-to-peer, l'approccio tra pari, che è caro al nostro governo, al Presidente del Consiglio e al nostro Ministro. Grazie.
Grazie direttore. Allora fai la consegna anche al Ministro del documento, così che possa questo negoziato ospitare attraverso la parte italiana il momento, diciamo, topico, possa ospitare anche le istanze dei giovani.
Lo tiene troppo, se lo tiene qua.
Bene, allora Ministro, continuiamo la nostra breve chiacchierata su questi temi. Allora, giustamente il direttore generale ricordava una cosa che io ho mancato di ricordare, cioè che l'organizzazione dello Youth for Climate è seguita diciamo, il programma di cooperazione internazionale più importante delle Nazioni Unite, che è appunto UNDP. E in particolare dall'Ufficio di Roma per il clima e per l'energia, che proprio ha accompagnato e sta accompagnando i futuri lavori.
È la fortuna di avere l'Ufficio di Roma, di avere la segreteria a Roma e di avere i personaggi giusti su quella segreteria, perché l'UNDP è il motore a fianco del Ministero con il suo ruolo ONU, ma davvero è un qualcosa di liquido che va a penetrare su ogni iniziativa. Questo è un elemento importantissimo, che è quello che ha permesso poi di fare New York a settembre, e di accompagnare ad ogni passo quelle che sono le azioni.
Benissimo. Ora noi ci avventuriamo verso un momento topico, diciamo, dell'Italia, perché per relazionarsi, insomma, con il resto del mondo, che è il Giubileo. Il Giubileo di Papa Francesco, noi tutti sappiamo che Papa Francesco, al di là della sua confessione religiosa, è un leader mondiale riconosciuto, forse il più riconosciuto al mondo, e in particolare sui temi della sostenibilità. Quindi quale migliore occasione del Giubileo per rilanciare il messaggio climatico e l'urgenza di questa crisi?
Beh sì, certo, Papa Francesco già da Laudate Si e poi con l'addendum ha dato un contributo di quelli importantissimi nel far creare le condizioni per la presa di coscienza del nostro dovere di agire, della necessità di agire, e naturalmente ha sprodato i giovani, tra l'altro a suo modo, anche dicendogli urlate, quindi in un modo molto netto e chiaro, ad essere partecipi. Il Giubileo di un anno è il momento davvero di una nuova sfida proprio sul ruolo, sulla proposta. Io credo che dobbiamo vederlo su quel percorso. Nell'ambito, tra l'altro, del Giubileo di un anno faremo anche il Giubileo dell'ambiente, quindi un'azione che ISPRA sta gestendo per conto del Ministero e che quindi è quello che permetterà anche di un ricoinvolgimento di tutto quel mondo giovane, compresa la scuola.
Ecco, diciamolo questo, perché l'ISPRA con una legge dello Stato ha proprio istituito una scuola riconosciuta, importante, no?
Sì, abbiamo dato l'avvio qualche tempo fa a una scuola di educazione ambientale, una scuola di temi ambientali molto aperta, ma che è un percorso che può arrivare anche a livelli proprio di affiancare anche i livelli più alti universitari.
Certo, perché creare questo centro d'eccellenza ha lo scopo non solo di rivolgersi ai giovani e di farli crescere, ma anche di dare uno strumento di formazione e di preparazione a tutta la pubblica amministrazione, che oggi è chiamata necessariamente a gestire le sfide.
E trasferire tanta conoscenza che ISPRA ha. Questo è l'altro elemento, perché tanta conoscenza, tanti elementi che se trasferiti ai giovani prima che agli anziani poi si divulgano in un modo molto più facile, quindi perché noi dobbiamo creare le condizioni della presa di coscienza, e questo deve essere un po' la missione che hanno i più anziani, è creare le condizioni perché sia presa di coscienza universale, e i giovani sono il veicolo fondamentale.
Certamente. Allora ricordo che l'ISPRA è il più importante istituto, forse anche europeo, tra quelli europei, per la protezione dell'ambiente, che ha al suo interno ben 1400 scienziati, quindi parliamo di una scuola che ha un background talmente forte da non avere praticamente pari con nessun altro, quindi uno strumento di formazione preziosissimo che il nostro Paese ha messo a disposizione di tutti. Ecco, io vorrei concludere questo piccolo momento con una domanda che i giovani mi rimproverebbero se io non gliela facessi: ma come andranno a finire questi negoziati? Cioè, come siamo messi?
Se li chiamiamo negoziati è perché ci sono posizioni diverse e bisogna negoziare una posizione comune. Le posizioni comuni che si chiamano mediazioni, e naturalmente poi mediazioni sono quelle conclusioni che soddisfano tutti e non soddisfano mai tutti. Dobbiamo arrivare a quel punto in un momento molto difficile, perché è un momento purtroppo calcato dalle guerre, caratterizzato dalle guerre anche in Europa. È un momento di cambio ai vertici di grandi paesi come gli Stati Uniti, ma è anche un momento di rinnovo dei vertici dopo 6 mesi dalle elezioni europee e dall'Unione Europea, quindi di difficoltà anche su questa relazione. Noi è uno stimolo per essere più seri, più coi piedi per terra e più determinati.
Ma c'è veramente l'ultima sfumatura, cioè c'è una crisi che purtroppo non ha il tempo per aspettare i nostri comodi, no? Sappiamo tutti che c'è una disparità fra la nostra capacità di dialogare, la nostra capacità di negoziare, c'è questa consapevolezza, e poi la vera crisi, cioè le vere emergenze che la scienza continua a metterci davanti, c'è questa consapevolezza, cioè si butta il cuore un po' oltre l'ostacolo, come farebbero i giovani.
Diciamo che a livello di COP, a livello di negoziatori c'è sicuramente, anche perché è il tema della quotidianità. Devo dire che d'altra parte, se guardiamo fuori ciò che succede nel mondo, credo che nessuno mette più in dubbio del nostro dovere di agire. Poi è difficile, ci sono anche delle rinunce, ma dobbiamo godere delle opportunità, far godere delle opportunità invece quelle che gli 8 miliardi di cittadini del mondo, ma più ancora i futuri cittadini del mondo.
Allora noi ringraziamo il Ministro, ringraziamo Gianmarco per essere stato con noi, soprattutto ringraziamo anche Alessandro Guerri, il direttore generale, che oggi è a capo dei negoziati per il clima, quindi che rappresenta la posizione del nostro Paese anche nei bilaterali, in tutti i consessi di questa COP, e quindi ringraziamo tutti coloro che hanno partecipato, dai tanti media che ci seguiranno e che ci stanno seguendo. Grazie mille.
Grazie a tutti e un saluto da COP28, da COP29.
29.
Da COP29.
Grazie Ministro, grazie.